Good morning, good morning, good morning, Miss Chris Land. Good morning, James. Oh, how's Mama doing this morning, Miss Chris Land? She doing all right? Everything okay over that way? I hope everything's fine. I don't know why this one song I was listening to this morning, it like, it always touches me when I hear the song. And I started hearing it, like on TikToks and shorts and things like that. And I'd never heard the song before that until, seeing it in shorts. And it's that song, Spirit lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters whenever you would call me. I don't know why, but that song it just gets me, Al. Hey Barefoot, good morning. How you doing? How was y'all's weekend this weekend? Did y'all have a good one? Also, good morning to all my beautiful people out there in the bushes who are busy working or living life or doing things. I just want to say good morning to y'all. I know y'all can't chat back, but just want you to know I'm thinking about you this morning and want you to know that I'm always praying. Always. I be loving. I will say that I be loving when Barefoot and Cut and Shoot on them. They be having like the lives with the music. It's so much fun. Just be sit there and chill, no drama, just good music and good people. Right? Just good music and good people. Sometimes that's all you need in your life is good music and good people. Also, I feel like when I be watching, like I love the 80s so much. I guess because like my music range goes from, I do listen to some 50s, 60s, 40s, 30s, even the rockin' 20s. I listen to some of this stuff, but my main favorite you know song is, I love when it comes to 80s music all the way up to the early 2000s. Now, mid to 2000s to later, I really don't listen to much of that. I listen to some of that. But because I was an 87 baby, right? I grew up with 80s hair bands because of my mom and dad, right? I grew up with Black Sabbath. I grew up with that, so for me that's like nostalgia. It's like my best parts of my childhood. And so for me, I may be one of the younger people in the group, probably not the youngest, but one of the younger ones, right? But for me that kind of music is like it touches my heart, touches my soul. It takes me back to good places and good times. When I was little, I don't know if you've ever heard the song, um, I Be Stroking by Clarence Carter. I didn't know that song was a bad, dirty song when I was a kid until I got grown and I realized what he was really talking about. But as a kid, I thought it was just a dance track. See, we didn't have a mute button back then, so what my parents did is they turned it down real fast when it got to the bad parts and then turned back up, when you could just listen to the chorus. Like my dad wouldn't let me obviously listen to the bad parts of that song. So he would turn it down when he knew the bad parts were coming up. Hey, Mr. Maddie. Hey, Mr. Fumble. Hey, Mr. Fast Eddie. How are y'all? We were talking about 80s music this morning, and I was talking about how I didn't know, Stroking by Clarence Carter was a dirty song as a kid. I didn't know. I thought that song was not like that because every time when I was a kid, my dad would always turn down the bad parts, right? Because we didn't have a mute button, so they had to, turn the volume button down real fast and turn it back up. And so there was a lot of songs when I was a kid I didn't realize were dirty. I didn't realize it. How many songs for y'all that y'all didn't realize were like extremely dirty, talking about actual things or talking about things that you didn't understand as a kid, and you just thought it was like a dance track or a song? You didn't realize what it meant until you got older. Like, is there a specific song for you that you're like, oh crap, I actually listened to that as a kid? I didn't realize that was dirty. I know Stroking It for me was the one that I thought was not dirty at all when I was a kid, but when I got older, I was like, ooh, that is a filthy song. No wonder my daddy always turned it down during the verses. So I was only allowed to listen to the chorus of that song. So I never really heard none of the bad parts of that song. But yeah, that song, Spirit Lead Me. I've fallen in love with that song. And you didn't know poontang was a bad word? That poon poon, pootie tang. Oh man, that makes me think of the movie Pootie with the pootie tang in it. What was that movie? I gotta look that up. It had Pootie Tang in it. I'm trying to remember. The name of the movie was Pootie Tang. That's the name of the movie. Shit, that's been a long time ago since I seen that movie. That was back in 2001. Pootie Tang. I remember that movie. I watched so much damn, TV back when I was little. Oh man, they used to have a saying down here. Good morning, Ray. When somebody had asked you what time it was, you'd say, because you remember those clocks they used to have, that had the little monkey, it had the little tail, and it would go back and forth, and the eyes would move and shit, like the cat one they had. So they had a saying when somebody would ask you what time it was, you go half past monkey's ass and a quarter till his balls. Or sometimes they would say dog or other animal name, insert animal name, but usually it was that one. It was because of that clock they used to have. I don't know if y'all remember that clock. Man, they used to have some of the weirdest, like, remember the cat clock that, like, man, they had so many damn weird things. I realize now. I was watching this one story where this lady said, her neighbor asked her mom had got real sick, so her neighbor had to jet real quick to go to her mom. She asked her, said, could you come over and feed my cats? Well, she goes over there. She thinks the cats are going to greet her at the door. Cats do not greet like dogs half the time. Sometimes they do, not all the time. And so she keeps hearing this cat meow and thinks there's a cat in the wall. She calls fire department, all this other stuff. They come out there and come to find out, they put the cat food in the bowl and shook it, and both cats came out. Then they asked, was there another cat in this house? And they go, no. Come to find out, she had one of them damn clocks that meows behind the refrigerator. She had one of them damn clocks, them weird clocks. Also, I was sitting there thinking about that. What y'all do this weekend? Did y'all have fun? I know that I saw that Watcher went to the comedy club, and that was pretty cool. I stayed home, watched a lot of TV. Did some watch some movies and stuff like that. If y'all ain't seen the new Wolfman, it's actually pretty good. I suggest you watch it. The new Wolfman's actually pretty good. That new robot movie that I can't remember the name of that's on Netflix is good too. And it's a really good movie. Spirit lead me where my trust is without borders. Let me walk upon the waters. And I will call upon your name and keep my eyes above the waves. When ocean rise, my soul will rest in your embrace. That's a beautiful song. Hey, Mr. MRE, how's Rocco doing this morning? You know I love Rocco. Electric State, yes, yes, yes. That's the name of the movie. Thanks, babe. That movie about the robots is actually really good. Um, I was singing the song. If you haven't heard it, Mr. MRE, it's actually really beautiful. Um, and it's called "Spirit Lead Me." Spirit lead me where. I know you've probably heard it in some. It's been stuck in my head this morning because I watched a short with it, and a lot of TikTok videos, a lot of shorts are using it. Um, where my trust is without borders. It's called Spirit Lead Me though. Look it up. It's beautiful. The lady who sings it, oh my god, it sounds so pretty. You walk upon the waters whenever you would call me. Take not deeper than my feet, but I wonder my faith will be made strong. Presence of my Savior. Spirit, lead me where my trust is without borders. We walk upon waters wherever you would call me. It is the we have wonder. Faith will be made stronger. Presence of my Savior. That's a beautiful song. I absolutely love that song. I can't help myself, y'all. I gotta sing that song and put it into a video. Your little bro loves karaoke. I love karaoke too, Mr. MRE. Hey, couldn't shoot beautiful. I love karaoke. I love singing. I grew up in the church. And so, when you grow up in the church, anybody that is in the South, or if you just grew up in church, especially down in Southern Baptist now, I'm going to tell y'all, we grew up singing from the time we was little bitty kids. The first song you ever learned how to sing as a kid, besides like obvious regular music, I'm talking about in the church, was Jesus Loves Me. That was the very first one that I ever learned how to sing was Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world. Tell me y'all didn't grow like you can't tell me you didn't, or Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Yes, Jesus loves me. I grew up singing that in church. Yes, I did. That was the first songs we sung as little children. Good morning, Gangsta Sauce. We grew up as little bitty children singing Jesus Loves Me in the church. I was in choir first in church, and then in school, I actually became the lead alto and lead soprano because I could switch between the two. I always had trouble, which I've been trying to teach myself how to do lower notes and stay on my lower registry. And the best way, if you ever want to, I'm going to say this. A lot of people say, I can't sing. I can't sing. You can. You just have to find your voice. Here's the thing. A lot of people try to sing with their natural voice, like what you speak with. You can do that. But if you soften your voice, you absolutely do have a beautiful voice. And there is a way to do that. I should totally do like singing classes one day. It would be awesome. Uh, I can teach you how to find your sound and different stuff. Because, like, there's 4 different voices that you technically have, and people don't know this. You have your head voice, your speaking voice, and there's 2 different voices when you sing, right? If y'all ever listen to Mariah Carey, you can hit something called whistle notes. Those are extremely hard to hit. If you listen to rock and roll, if you're into metal and stuff like that, when they do screamo, when they do that, they're not actually they're using a tone of their voice. And if it's done correctly, right, they won't damage their voice. But some people don't know how to train themselves to do that. I refuse to do that because I'm not trained in it and I don't want to ruin my voice. But a lot of them have trained their voices to do that and done it correctly. Yes, yes, sir. Hey, Watcher Love. Miss Whitney Houston was the voice. I'm going to say this. I don't think anybody, in my opinion, could ever touch Whitney Houston's voice. That lady had a gift from God. She was divinely blessed with that voice. Because here's the thing, I know that I can sing, but I would love to have a more different tone to my voice, if that makes sense. The reason so is if you have a everyday tone, right? If you have an everyday tone to your voice, you're not going to stand out in a crowd of singers. And I have a everyday damn tone, right? I wanted to have like something different, but I sound like every other person that sings in choir. And that's the crazy thing about being a singer is you have to stand out. You have to have something different about you. You know what I mean? I also don't think I would ever want to be famous for singing. And I'll explain to you why. There's a lot that comes with fame, right? You never know who's your real friend. You never know, who really has your back. A lot of these famous people, when they get famous, they don't know like who's their friend, who's really there for them. You know what I'm saying? Like, so fame has its up, just like everything, it has its good points and its bad points. I just love to sing for fun. And yeah, and also think about this. Think about these singers who end up they sing for so long and do so many shows, especially the ones who sing live, that their voice ends up going out over time because they use it too much by doing these shows. And people were making fun of because a lot of people don't know this, but Mariah Carey actually does a Vegas thing where she's like singing every night live for like so many weeks, right? And the reason a lot of those singers who do the Vegas shows do sometimes use vocal backing or recordings is because you got to think about singing every day for 2 to 3 weeks. You cannot stop the show no matter if you're sick, no matter what's wrong with you, no matter if your voice is messed up. And they make fun of singers when they have a slip up. And here's my thing, right? Here's my thing about the situation. Why, why do people make fun of them when they have an off night? Not every singer's going to be perfect all the time. I have off times too with certain notes, and I'll be like, oh, that didn't sound right. Oh, let me redo that. You know what I'm saying? But think about it. When you're live, you don't get a redo. You're like, oh shit, I just messed that up. You know what I'm saying? Your voice is not going to be perfect all the time. And so it really does upset me when I know that people do that. Like Mariah Carey had one problem where she was trying to hit a note and it went a little squirrely. A lot of people don't know when it comes to those high notes that happens sometimes. You're trying to control it, but yeah, Mr. MRE, the Motley Crue thing, it hurts my heart. It really hurts my heart. It really hurts my heart to see a lot of the like old school singers that had like those, I mean, just great, amazing voices, and then poof, they're gone. Y'all know Steven Tyler actually threw out his voice and had to have surgery on his throat. I don't know if y'all know that, but hey, Miss Joy, how are you doing this morning? Make sure you get in that bed. You can snuggle up and you can listen to me while you fall back to sleep if you want to. It's just super sad. Like I was watching Loretta Lynn before she passed away. They were doing a singing with her, and Loretta Lynn has a beautiful voice, right? Beautiful country voice, and you could tell that age and the fact a lot of people don't know this, but as you age, your voice does start to mess up over time. And it's really sad, like, to hear how blowed out they've done the voice, especially the rock crowd, the like old school rockers who would like push their vocals to the extremes and end up messing up their voice. Now, if y'all don't know this, there is something that a singer can get. Prime example, have y'all heard Shania Twain? Shania Twain got Lyme disease. So her voice changed. Like the tone of her voice, the sound of her voice, it changed. And people made fun of her because of that. And we're like, what happened to your voice? Her voice changed. Miley Cyrus, another one. Look at her voice. It changed. It got deeper. You know what I'm saying? So, oh, also, Arkansas was telling me to tell everybody she's not ignoring y'all. She just listens on her phone while she gets packed. She loves everybody and she says hey to everybody. So please don't think she ignores you because she knows she loves you all. So if you said hey to her, she said, you know. But like, here's my thing, just to listen to some of them and how their voices, they destroy. Like, that's why I wouldn't want to do or become a singer full time. I just like doing it for the fun of it. I like doing it because it's something I enjoy to do. Also, I've heard if you turn like your favorite hobby into a job, you end up hating your hobby. A lot of people say that. Like Mr. MRE, you could totally become a dog trainer, and I think you would do super well teaching people how to train their dogs. But at the same time, you know, would you then, really, here's the thing about doing that is then you would get attached to all the pups and then you'd be like, are they okay? Because I know I would do the same thing. I would super get attached to all of them. That's the only reason it's hard for me to become like I want to do fostering for elderly dogs, but I know losing them would break my heart into a million pieces. Like, so I don't know if I could do that, right? Like, I really would love to because they all deserve a home and deserve love, but I don't know if my heart can handle it. Just like at one time I was thinking about, oh, and Mr. Jim Coddington, the best Coddington. I forgot. Did I say hi to you? Please don't smack me upside the head. Because sometimes I be forgetfuls. Don't smack me, okay? Please. Well, go ahead and smack me. So if that's another thing I want to say. If y'all ever see me in a chat and I don't say hey to you or I miss you saying hey to me, it could be because I have my chat on top chat instead of live chat. And so I didn't see it, right? Or I'm doing something while being in there and I missed it. Please don't ever think that I would never say hey to anybody, right? Because y'all know I love saying hey to everybody. Sometimes I miss things though, and I don't mean to do that. Um, but I'm gonna say this right here. It does kill me to see some of the best voices of generations kind of destroyed. When Whitney Houston went on the Oprah show and she tried to sing, tears came to my eyes. I mean, actual tears. Like I was truly crying, like really crying because the drugs had taken such a toll on her voice and all that stuff that she was going through that her voice didn't sound the same anymore. And it really broke my heart because that woman, her voice is like the voice of an angel. You know what I'm saying? And when I heard her voice breaking, I heard her rasp, the rasp and all that. It was taken it was so harder for her to sing when she used to sing so effortlessly. I literally broke down in tears. I don't know who else saw when you know when she did decide to get clean and she did the interview with Oprah and she did the singing thing with her. I don't know how many of y'all saw that, but for me, I broke down crying watching that. I broke down in tears because Whitney Houston was my idol. I have a few idols of singing, like just because I love their voices, right? I love all music, but I had some people that were my idol. She was one of them. The other one was I love Tina Turner. Tina Turner was my shero. Pink, I love Pink. I love Pink. There's that woman right there is like, I don't even know if I'd really ever want to meet her in real life because I mean I've heard she's an amazing person, but it's like you have these people up on a pedestal. She's one of them. Oh yeah, and totally, Miss Arkansas. If that had happened with no water, no lights, no nothing, yeah, they would totally be. You know what? And I'm like, yeah, we know you're on meth, and we're not stupid. How can you see something that ain't there? But yeah, like I absolutely love Pink because of who she is as a person. She refuses to do like recorded shows. She does all of her shows herself. Like she doesn't do backings. She sings, and what do you call that? Live every time. Like if you look, there's a video where she explains why she does this. When she's upside down doing those acrobatics and actually singing, she's 100% live singing, right? And she'll do a breath into the mic just so you know she's real and she's not recorded or nothing. Like she wants you to know she's live, so she'll do certain things into the mic so that you know her mic is live. But seeing some of our old school people not be able to sing like they used to, and also this morning we was talking about, um, you know, all the different women that were mobsters back in the day, like actual leaders of things, like Griselda Blanco. I was sitting there was five top women. It says in this one article that I was reading, who were in organized crime. Uh, because mostly it is a man dominated thing. But they say some of the women were actually more um, cruel and more heartless. And I was like, ooh, because I watched the story of Griselda Blanco. But I didn't know about some of these other ones. Like I heard her story, it became famous, all that stuff, right? They're talking about Virginia Hill. Any list of women in the organized crime, at least in America, has to include Virginia Hill. She reached the highest height of any woman in America's national syndicate then or since. From the 1930s to the late 1940s, her beguiling ways and steely nerves enticed and inspired the confidence of top flight hardened mobsters such as Charles Lucky Luciano, Meyer Lasinski, Frank Costello, and Anthony Arcado, Jake Guzia, Mark Humphreys, Charles Ferschetti, Jack Dragna, Joe Adonis, and of course, Benjamin Bugsy Siegel. These men employed her as a money launderer, cash courier, Mexican heroin trafficker, and informant on mob activities. While on assignment in Mexico, she flashed her pricey furs, jewels, and body to seduce wealthy and powerful men to steal heroin deals to seal heroin deals for the syndicate and secure the cash. You know, Hill's romance with Siegel, they met in New York in about 1937, was codependent, Rocky and Violet. That's what their name was. It got more serious in the 1940s, and by 1945, she joined him in dusty Las Vegas, where he had schemed himself in as mob-backed developer of the planned Flamingo Hotel. Because of Siegel's belligerent demands for expensive materials and elaborate construction, he blew through about $6 million invested by the syndicate. His angry hoodlum partners heard rumors that Siegel used Hill to stash away perhaps $2 million in a Swiss bank. Hill colored her hair different shades during the Flamingo several opening nights, starting on December 26, 1946. However, most of the hotel rooms were not ready for guests, and the casino lost so much to gamblers that Siegel had to close it down for a while. They have her, Stephanie St. Clair. Stephanie St. Clair ran the lucrative numbers racket in Harlem during the Prohibition era until mobster Dutch Schultz seized control of her territory. She was one. And then, of course, we all know the story of Griselda Blanco. She was, a narco smuggler who she worked her way up and became the cocaine godmother. And they said she was, woo, Sister Ping. Chao Ching Ping more than earned her sinister sobriety as the Snakehead, the Chinese nickname for a human smuggler. She was a leader of the underground crime group in New York's Chinatown, trafficked about 3,000 illegal immigrants from China to the United States. charging as high as 40,000 a head. She amassed herself a fortune of 40 million in the 1980s and 1990s. Maria Locardia, I think that's how you say it. Naples, Italy is the home of a Camorra, a group of savvy, ruthless, organized criminal clans that try to work together but have a history of deadly internal clashes. By the late 90s, during a murderous feud among Camorra cliques, a Neopilate, damn it, I can't say that word. In her late, Maria Locardia materialized as the boss of one of the largest Camorra families. So she was one of the family's heads, like she was considered the godmother, the Mandarin. Ooh, so yeah, there was some women that was in the mob back then. Mm-hmm. You was friends with Rocco Fachetti's grandson. Good morning, Miss Bambi. The mother of all snakeheads was her nickname. Yeah, there's like a lot of stories about that. About all the women who were in the mob. You know what, Miss Bambi, have you done a video like on the different, like, I know you did a video, have you did a stream on the Queen of Numbers. Have you ever did like a videos for each one of the women? I know you do Mob Mondays. Have you thought about doing it like during just Women's History Month, possibly doing all about the women? Yes, he died 2 years ago of cancer. Johnny Fischetti. You did one on the mob wives. That's pretty cool. I would like, they're like, the women who absolutely ended up moving up in the ranks and like became like heads of the houses and stuff, which in a male dominated area, you know I've heard that some of those women were a little bit, they were more like willing to do some, you know, murderous stuff. But you got to think about it. They had to be that way in a sorts, because if they were soft and whatnot, then they wouldn't have been listened to. You know what I'm saying? They had to be hardcore. They had to be cutthroat. They had to show you they wasn't playing around. I'm gonna go ahead and drop this invite link for anybody who wants to come and talk about anything we talked about today. Just tell me how your day is. If you want to have the puppy talks, if you want to talk about amazing things, it don't matter. We could talk about all of it. Just to chill, because today's Monday, and we're all getting over the weekend and just chilling and having a good old day. You know, I like having drama free Mondays. It's just chilling with each other kind of thing, and having good conversation with y'all. Hey, Caden, good morning. How are you doing this morning? Have a good day, cut and shoot, love. I hope you have a good day. They say El Chapo's wife is running things. I wouldn't doubt it if you think about it. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times in some of these, like even in gang situations, sometimes, not all the time, if the wife is like extremely respected, very well respected, sometimes they will still leave her as the head of things, and she has other people who run some of the day-to-day kind of situation, like his second in command will take care of everything, and but she's considered the head of it because in respects to him, right? Because he was so well respected, and because she is, and because she does know the business, and sometimes they'll try to keep the wives out of it because out of respect for him, they don't want the wife a part of nothing illegal, right? So it's a dependable, it depends on the situation with that. But yeah, I was sitting there looking at that this morning. I was just, because we were talking about one of the, everybody knows Griselda's story, but then I was looking and I didn't realize how many women um were actually like, you know, involved with stuff like that. I didn't know. Let me just do. Yes, yes, yes. Hey, my beauty. Uh oh, your mic went out. Is you still there?
Charlie.
Oh, there you are. I was about to say, oh my God, Miss Bambi. How you doing
I
this
was like,
morning?
oh, what's going on? Okay. What's up?
I was just sitting there looking at all the women that were actually like doing stuff in the mob, and you know, I was like, wow,
Oh,
I didn't
yeah.
know there was that many women. Hey, Mr. David, how you doing, my
There
brother
was a
from
lot.
another
I mean,
mother?
there's not so many, like, you don't really see American women really involved in organized crime per se. You see a lot of it like in Italy, cartels. There's a lot of cartel women. A lot. Like their husbands get locked up, then they take over the business. Like it's rumored, and the government was looking into El Chapo's wife and was going to bring her up on charges. I want to say several years back. That it's rumored that she's really running things for him right now. And a lot of wives have taken over after their husbands get locked up in that particular business. Not something you really see over in the States, really.
Yeah, there's only I think five that have been in the states. Five or six, like very little. It's like, and some of the ones I
Yeah.
named a while ago, some of them are not even from the states, but they came over here to do those things. So it's very few, and in mob families like from the states, you don't see that at all. The wives don't even know about nothing. Just like in biker culture, right? A lot of the wives or old ladies, as they call them,
Right.
they're not a part of it at all. It's a lot of boys things, it's a lot of men that take over stuff like that. I've heard that too, Mr. David, that the female cartel leaders, they be worse than the men, that they are rougher. But you got to think, in a male dominated area, they kind of
Now,
have
is
to be.
Charlie breaking up or is it just on my end?
Is my stuff breaking up? Is it
I don't
is
know
there?
if you're.
Well, a while ago I couldn't hardly hear you. It says Charlie's good, so I think Miss Bambi, it's your connection. I want Miss Bambi back. Okay. Um, but no, yeah, so a lot of them women are way more cutthroat because they have to be. Think about it, to get the respect a man gets, right? A woman has to be 10 times harder. A woman has to be more vicious because she has to instill fear, right? Without that, she's like, they'll run all over her if they think they can. So a lot of the women that are in the cartels have to be 10 times harder than the men. It's just like in business, when you're talking about business women and businessmen in like the CEO world, women have to be on point. They have to be 10, they have to work 10 times harder. They have to do, so much more because women CEOs are not always as respected as men because it's a male dominated area. It says, Miss Bambi, that you need to connect your mic. Okay, there it goes. Let me make sure it's you. Okay, it is. There you are.
I'm I am so sorry. I do not know what is going on with my StreamYard. I apologize.
Could be the Wi-Fi. Could be a lot of things.
I'm telling you, I'm about had enough of this Wi-Fi. I'll tell you that right now. It was out all week last week. I about had enough. I'm like, no,
I
I found
hate
reason
it.
part of the reason I came up because I found it interesting that you mentioned Sister P. I find that very interesting because a lot of people don't know about her, let alone enough to talk about her. I mean, she was active from like 1984 until the early 2000s. And she was like, her nickname was the mother of all snakeheads. Like, she was it. She smuggled so many people in the United States. It is insane.
Yeah,
And
they
I
don't.
think she's dead.
A lot of people don't know about a lot of the women who actually ran syndicates and did things like that. And because we're not a lot of women. Oh, Miss Bambi, I would go have to beat up your Wi-Fi this morning. Um, a lot of women are not thought of when it comes to things like that. Like women within the mobs and cartels, they're not thought of because it's not a huge thing. But there are a lot of women drug lords. There are a lot of women who are cartel bosses. um they're like the top five. If you just look up the top five women of organized crime, you'll see the lady, the snakehead lady that Miss Bambi was talking about. um I'll actually get down here and I'll show y'all, like, the we'll go over the story from her. Um, let's scroll. She's right here. There she is. Okay. Oh, you be careful, twin mama. Much love. It's okay, Miss Bambi. I totally understand. I hate that you can't come up and say your piece because I know that you have a lot of information on that. I hate that your Wi-Fi is being a bee this morning. Um, I hate when that happens. But we're gonna present, and I'm gonna show you some of these women that were like organized crimes. Sister Ping, more than earned her sinister sobriquet, the Snakehead, the Chinese nickname for human smuggler. Right here it shows she charged 40,000 a head, making her $40 million. In her prime, she financed dangerous and inhumane voyages to smuggle her customers from Hong Kong to Guatemala and New York. One vessel she backed. Oop! I hear a ting in my ear. There you are.
I'm gonna try this one more time, and if it doesn't work, then I'll just stay down on the ground. Hopefully it'll work. But please continue.
Um, see, a 100-day journey from China, died after leaping from the ship trying to swim ashore. It said 10 of the 300 starving passengers. 5 years later, another one of her smuggling ships capsized on the coast of Guatemala, and 14 of her customers drowned. To this day, some people living in New York's Chinatowns praise Sister Ping as a kindly person who gave immigrants, specifically from her native Fujian province in China, the
Mhm.
chance to move to America and raise from poverty. She also loaned money to those in need, found employment for the jobless, they said, but FBI agents and federal prosecutors who investigated Sister Ping for more than a dozen years and concluded otherwise, reporting that she hired violent thugs, members of the Fu Chin gang, to collect balances on fees owed by her trafficking clients. Sister Ping, born in 1949 in Fujian, arrived in the U.S. as an illegal immigrant from Hong Kong in 1981. She set up a variety store, obtained neutralization papers under false pretense, and had her husband and kids join her from China. She recognized the loosening of America's rules regarding China and felt the time was right to make a business out of illegal immigration. By 1982, she had organized an illicit banking scheme, allowing her immigrant customers to wire money back to China. She also used it to loan funds at an exorbitant 30% interest rate to Chinese residents wanting to use her smuggling service, using fake documents and bribing officials. She started shipping small groups of Chinese to Central America before a trip to the United States for about 18,000 per person, police said. By the late 1980s, Sister Ping had loaned money to just about everyone in Chinatown, Fujianese enclave. The FBI learned of her operation after her 1989 arrest for trying to bribe an American officer to let her smuggle aliens to New York from Canada. Investigators found in her possession a list of safe houses for her customers across the world. Convicted of smuggling, she served 4 months in prison and then resumed her illicit business. After the protest in Tiananmen Square in Chinese capital of Beijing, the U.S. permitted additional Chinese nationals to immigrate, which greatly increased Sister Ping's smuggling trade, but also drew gangs in Hong Kong and New York into the snakehead game. In New York, trafficked aliens who were late or could not meet their fee payments, forced torture, and murder. In the early 1990s, Sister Ping had laundered proceeds from her human smuggling racket to buy a travel agency, clothing store, real estate business, and some restaurants in Chinatown. She worked in the kitchen and waited tables in one restaurant. Meanwhile, the smuggling ring had expanded to involve a New York Bajanese, that sounds funny, gangster AK. As many as 25 ships loaded with thousands of people set sail from Fujian in a brief period in 1993. One was the barely seaworthy Golden Venture, which Kay had won in a poker game. When the FBI took associates of the Fu Chin gang in for questioning, they reported on Sister Ping's crime activities, and a grand jury indicted her in 1994. Sister Ping jumped bail and made it back to China and restarted her smuggling ring there. Police in Hong Kong arrested her at the behest of the U.S. authorities. She fought extradition but was sent back to face charges in 2003. In a courtroom in New York in 2006, the feds paraded in a dozen witnesses from Guatemala, Canada, Hong Kong, and the United States. Sister Ping made a meandering speech claiming prosecutors had fabricated the evidence against her. However, Judge Michael Muscat denied that and admonished her for being willing to take advantage of the attraction of the United States for thousands of other people and turn it into your financial advantage. The jury convicted her of immigrant smuggling, money laundering, and trafficking in kidnapped proceeds. Muskie slapped the maximum penalty on her, 35 years in prisons. Observers considered it the end of the Golden Venture disaster. In 2014, Sister Ping, the mother of all snakeheads, died in prison at 65. In reaction, a Fujian immigrant man living in Chinatown told the New York Times Sister Ping was good, honest, and her warmth moved everyone. Yeah, she died in 2014. Yeah,
I got some little fun facts for you. Did you know she charged $35,000 to transport illegals? 35 grand. And she actually was a rat. She gave up information to the FBI about Asian underworld activities and crimes. She actually informed to the FBI and gave up evidence. Yep. She was quite the character. I mean, do you consider her a hero, or do you consider her somebody who preyed on vulnerable people? Because, once those people came over to America, they were basically like indentured servants. They had to work off their debt to her. And if they didn't, well, they would be violent. Other things would happen. So, I mean, would you consider that a saint?
I don't really consider her a saint. I consider someone who looked at and saw a way to get money. Like, she was, just like a lot of the people who do stuff like that. Like when you think about people who join the gangs for drugs and all this other stuff. No, because they say she also, if they didn't pay her back, they were tortured and all this other stuff. Like, no. Hey, Mr. Chris.
Yeah, I don't consider her like a savior or like a Mother Teresa of the Asian people. I don't see her as a hero. She's actually kind of a villain. She's a really bad person. I mean, the things that her and her crew would do to fellow Asians who owed her money is awful. It's like, and how many people died at her hands? How many people suffered because of her?
You got to look at all the, most of the women who were in these, this is Sister Pang, right? Then you have Griselda. Look at Griselda Blanco. Like, they said she was
brutal. Yeah, she had no problem whacking people. No problem.
They said she was one of the most. That's why her story, I guess, got more traction than most, because she was one of the ones that was so unsuspecting and looked like a grandma, but was one of the most heartless, they said, that they've ever seen. And some of the stuff that she's done never came forward. Some of the things that she was a part of never came to light.
I talked about this on Saturday when I did my stream on killer women. A lot of these women are just as bad, if not worse, than some of their male counterparts. Some of these women. I mean, women can be, I think in some cases, worse than men when it comes to death and torture. If you look at things women have done to other women, to other men, to their own children, I think they're almost worse than men when it comes to brutality.
I believe so too. And it's because if you think about it in a specific way, right? Like let's say we take it and look at it from the CEO aspect, right? From a businesswoman's
Mhm.
perspective. Women have to be more cutthroat in the business world. Well,
Oh
think
yeah,
about it in the mob world, the cartel world and stuff like that, right? How do they get respect from these men? How do they, run something so large?
you
They
got to be
have to
worse
be.
than them. You got to
Yeah.
prove that you're worse than they are. Yeah.
And so I think that's why a lot of these women were like way more heartless, way more cutthroat, because they knew if they weren't, they would run all over them, try to take their business, and do all kind of stuff. So they knew they had to be that way. And sometimes in a woman's mind, I will say I think that women go further for certain things than men do, because once you turn off, and most of these people I believe have that humanity switch, and you don't feel like conscious and bad about doing something, I think a woman can go twice as hard as a man because,
Oh,
um,
I agree.
yeah,
And I
because
think
they
it's so
have to.
shocking. Sorry, I think it's so shocking because you see women, we're the nurture caregivers, we're the mothers, we're the ones that give you love and attention and take care of you. And I think that's why it's 10 times more shocking when you hear of somebody like Griselda Blanco, rising to the power she rose and the things that she did. I think that's why people are so stunned because they're like, but she's a girl. Nah, I think women can be worse than men in some cases.
Yeah, and I think that's why it seems like it's 20 times worse also, because people don't think that women can be that way.
Yeah, that we're capable of that. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And so we could be doing the same thing as our male counterpart and be just as ruthless, but it seems 20 times worse because we're to be the nurturers, we're to be the love and the
Yep.
kindness. And when you see somebody that looks like a just a happy grandma that's going to bring you cookies, and stuff like that, and you see
Yeah.
them being ruthless, you're like, "What?"
Well, like take Dorothea Puente, the grandmother there in California that was killing off her homeless residents in the
Oh,
halfway house she ran. Everybody had, even the cops let her leave the crime scene. They're like, oh yeah, you can go down to the hotel and get a cup of coffee. Never once suspected that she was the culprit in the crimes. And all this time it was her. She was killing and poisoning her residents, burying them in the backyard. This kindly old grandmother looking lady.
well, that's why a lot of female serial killers actually get away with it for a very long time
Yeah.
versus their male counterpart because, who suspects a woman? You're not going to do that. Like they've
Well,
had,
especially back in the day, especially back in like the 70s and 80s, and heck, even the 90s, somewhat of the early 90s. Like people were floored when they saw like, a husband and wife serial killer team. How could a woman do that to another woman? How? I mean, humans are humans. Some are just more evil than others. I mean,
very
I think
true.
everyone's capable of horrible crimes. It's just a matter of whether or not they act out on it.
I think most people have like, when they show on the Vampire Diaries how somebody can flip off that humanity switch.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
I believe that when certain people flip that switch, or they were born with psychopathic tendencies,
Yep.
it it's easy to for them not to feel like where me and you would feel extreme empathy, and it would bother us to have like nobody wants to take a life. You know what I'm saying? Not a normal
No,
person. Like if we had to,
not
we
normal
had
people.
to.
No.
Like if somebody came to our house and was bothering our family and we had no choice but to do what we had to do to protect our family, it would still bother us.
Even
That's
then,
why
I
a
don't
lot of,
want to. Yeah,
yeah,
and even
even
then, I wouldn't want to. Even then, I wouldn't want
and
to.
you don't want to, but sometimes you're pushed. It's like soldiers. That's why so many
Yeah.
soldiers have PTSD and problems because they don't want to do that. They have to do that. There's a difference. Hey DC Kool-Aid, Miss Lisa. But like think about how it would bother us versus someone who doesn't have that humanity switch, right? They don't
Right.
have that empathy. They don't have
They don't
that
have
sad.
empathy. No.
Yeah. And there's so many. Like, did you ever see that one where the professor did the psychopath test on all of his students, and come to find out he someone, because he had it to where every test was numbered, and he even took the test himself, but he didn't know when he graded it or went through it
Right.
um
Who's this
who
who's?
was who. And then come to find out there was a person on the list that was a psychopath. Turned out to be him, and he
Yeah,
didn't
I think I
even
know what
know
you're
it
talking
all
about.
those
Wasn't that
years.
that Stanford study, or was it
Hmm.
Stanford or
Yeah,
or
he was.
Columbia?
Yeah, he was a
Yeah.
professor, and he didn't even realize it, because a lot of people who actually have psychopathic tendencies or sociopath, they don't actually go to do those things. And that's why I was looking into the criminal mind of a sociopath and what leads them to do those things, right? Is a thing,
Right.
because a lot of sociopaths don't actually go around, you know, offing
There's
people.
you will probably cross like socio sociopaths are common. There's a lot of them. A lot. A lot of your doctors and surgeons, CEOs are sociopaths. A lot of them are. It doesn't mean, I mean, that's not a bad thing per se, but it's there's a lot more sociopaths than people realize. A lot of doctors and surgeons have psychopathy. A lot of them do. And if you think about it, you'd kind of have to be. I mean, they're taking scalpels and knives and bone saws and like cutting into people. You would have to have some sort of the attachment to be able to do that to another person, even in a medical sense. So I mean, so it makes total sense, that a lot of surgeons are sociopaths, because you don't want to be sitting there crying while you're trying to operate on somebody, right? You don't want
Very
to be
true.
over flooded with emotions.
I sit there and I look at that and I think about that, and that's why sometimes, we get curious about looking into people like Jeffrey Dahmer, and looking into all the different serial killers, looking into their what made them tick and turn that complete 180, and you know what I'm saying, and actually do it.
Yeah.
A lot of the times, what I've noticed, and this is just my personal opinion, a lot of them have childhood traumas associated with it. And like with Jeffrey Dahmer's case, if you actually looked, one of the reasons why he did what he did was because he was scared they were going to leave him because of his abandonment issues.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but like how many other people grow up with abandonment issues? They don't go out
Oh,
and cannibalize and kill. A lot of other kids grow up in abusive homes. They don't go out and kill. You know what I'm saying? So it's like some of it's environment, some of it's nature, some of it's both. And that's
I,
what I always look at when it comes to like murders and serial killings is what was the family history? What was their environment like? Or were they predisposed to having some sort of condition already? There's so many different factors. And I think our fascination in these kind of crimes is the normal human brain, people like us, cannot fathom or wrap around how another human can do the things they do to others. At least for me, it's like no matter, I mean, I've been studying, crime and murders most of my life, and I still don't understand it. I still don't have that definitive answer. Oh, this is what causes it. And I don't think we ever will, honestly, because there's so many different variables and so many different factors in each different person to be able to pinpoint and say, okay, this is a serial killer. This is going to be a serial killer. This is how we prevent it. I mean, it's not going to happen unless we can start reading minds,
I
start
also
predicting
believe,
minds.
I don't believe it's just, I do believe it is nature and nurture. And I also
Yes.
believe that there might be something like when it comes to, like, let's say, your brain, like your chemistry, your makeup. I think there may be something along those lines too with certain people,
Yes.
like sociopaths themselves. I think there's a part of their brain that doesn't develop um, like ours does. And I think if they put it all together, they may be able to come up with why, or a reasonings. But you're not going to be able to predict who would become one, because here's the
No.
thing. How many sociopaths never actually go to those extremes. Just like that Stanford professor, he never realized that he was even a sociopath. He didn't realize he was emulating other people's emotions, and he didn't realize that, he even had the tendencies themselves. He's like, but I don't hurt people. That's what people assume. Just because you're a sociopath doesn't necessarily mean you're going to become a serial killer.
Right. Yeah, not all psychopaths kill. I mean, a high number of them do, but not all of them. And psychopathy itself is rare. It's not a common thing for somebody to be a psychopath. That's not common. That's not common. Kind of like, when we were talking about schizophrenia,
Yeah.
everybody wants to talk about schizophrenia, but do you realize how many people actually have it? It's not that common. It's not that common of a brain disease as people think. It's just people talk about it more.
You know what kills me? I've been seeing a uptick of this, of people pretending to have disorders that they don't have, like having like I had a friend who actually had Tourette's, and
Mhm.
he was a friend of my family. And I'm gonna say this: I hate when people pretend to have multiple personality disorder, or hate to have, or pretend to have Tourette's,
God,
because
do you know how rare that is? How
mhm,
rare dissociative identity disorder is? Do you have any idea how rare that is? Insanely rare.
and
Insanely.
almost every person I've ever like known who actually has it doesn't even realize at first they have it until they
They don't
start
know.
missing chunks of time. And they're
Yeah,
like,
they don't know. Yep.
yeah, because, and these people are claiming, well, I knew I switched. No, a person who actually has that does not, most time, is never conscious of the switch, can't do
They
it
have
on
no idea.
command. They have no idea. And it comes
No.
from heavy trauma. When I say heavy trauma, I mean heavy. And my
Oh
friend
yeah.
with Tourette's, I've seen people fake it. I'm like, why? Every
Why?
person I've ever met with that disorder has always told me they wish they didn't have it because it interrupts their
Exactly.
daily life and it hurts. It absolutely is painful to have.
It's like I don't think these people understand that, like, having a disorder isn't a gift. It's not something that's fun. You know what I'm saying? And I don't understand why people have to pretend that they have these extreme disorders. And it's like, why? Why do you want to pretend that you're sick?
They
Why?
want the attention.
It's not a badge of honor. It's not.
90% of the people that actually have it do not want those disorders. Nobody wants schizophrenia. Nobody wants these things. It happens to them, whether it be from, something where they inherited it, whether it be something that happened because of extreme trauma, whether it be something that happened because of medications, because certain medications can
Mhm.
cause adverse side effects like that.
So, yeah.
And I'm gonna say this: my friend, if he could have not had Tourette's, would have gladly taken something or did something to not have it, because that is an
Oh, I'm
extremely
sure.
painful disease.
I'm
Like, people
sure.
don't hold back, those ticks actually hurts. Like, there's actual real pain associated with it.
I can imagine. I mean, having no control over my speech and movements and stuff, I don't think that'd be difficult to deal with.
He literally had given himself black eyes, knocked out his own teeth. Like, when I say it is extremely painful disorder, and if they try to hold back the ticks, it absolutely hurts. And
So he has
eventually,
an
when they
extreme
release,
case.
yes, and when he lets go of the ticks, let's say he holds them back for a while, it becomes extremely violent, and with himself, like, not to others, to himself. And that stuff really hurts. Like, he's literally almost knocked himself out before. Who wants
You
to have
think
to live that way?
you would think in 2025 they would have been able to come up with something by now? You would think, as long as
You
they've
would,
known about that particular disorder, you think they'd be able to come up with something or have some more, extensive knowledge on how to control the symptoms. You would think.
because it's so rare in a lot of cases, they
Yeah,
don't
that doesn't
really
help
do a whole
either.
lot of research on it because of that. And so, I think that, hey, Lady Red, I think it's crazy that people want this disorder and want these attentions for it. Like, how many of these TikToks have we seen or these videos, these shorts of people pretending to have it, and
Really?
they just happen to record themselves at the perfect time. Yeah, okay.
Really? There's a lot of people doing that? Really?
Yes,
Yeah, I
there
don't
was a
TikTok,
whole
so
uptake. There was a whole uptake and a lot of people pretending to have Tourette's and pretending to have did. And in fact, they claimed that some of them claimed that they knew all their alters, what their names were. Some of them were cat people. Some of them were, different species. And
yeah.
some of their alters quite literally were married to each other or dating. And it gets really weird when you look into it.
Dang,
Like,
sounds like it. I might have to. I might have to look into that. Like, what's wrong with these people?
there's been
I think
some
they would,
famous
you think they'd
channels.
get attention in different, in better ways. More positive ways to get attention. One would think.
What's crazy is there's been a lot of people exposing these people and showing like,
Good.
and it's a good thing because i-
Yeah.
why I don't get it, why they want to pretend to have something that they don't. I don't get that.
Honestly, Charlie, why does half of these people on the internet do what they do? I mean, honestly, why? Why do half of these people do the lame, ridiculous stuff that they do? Why? I mean, and I know you know a few of them that you can sit there and think, why do they do that? Why? You know. And I'm not going to
I,
say any names, but you know, it's like, why? Why do you, why? Like, why do people pretend to be private investigators when they're not? Why?
I don't understand why people just want to go out and do things to harm others. Like that just it doesn't, like, what floats your boat? Why are you wanting to be mean and harmful to people just because you can?
I don't know. I've, especially on YouTube, I've been trying to figure that out for almost 3 years. Why? Like, you don't know these people. Why do you feel the need to stalk, harass, call family members, call strangers you don't know? Why? I mean, it's stupid. It makes zero sense to me. It's like, are you that miserable in life that this is what gets you off? That you have to go around making everybody else miserable? Is that what it is? I don't get it. I really don't.
I'm gonna say this. I think a lot of people are lonely. A lot of people are like their lives are so that's the only way they feel they can get attention in
Shit, go get a
life.
hobby then. Go play cards or something. Damn. Go garden, go cook. I mean, there's so many other things you could be doing other than trying to make other people feel bad. You know?
Good morning, Mr. Buster. But yeah, that is a thing I was talking about, Lady Red, was that a lot of people with actual did, the reason they end up finding out they have it most of the time is because they have those memory losses. They have those skips of times when they don't even
Yeah.
realize. Like,
Or they'll like
we
in some cases I've read they will wake up in places they don't remember, or strangers will come up to them and call them different names and swear that they know them. That happened in one case that I studied. They people strangers would walk up to this lady and be like, "Oh, hey Sheila," and she'd be like, "My name's not Sheila." And they'd be like, "Yeah, it is. We hung out like a week ago at blah blah blah," and no recollection. She has no idea who this person is, but they know her because she had dissociative identity disorder. Yep.
could you
No.
imagine like waking up one day and you've missed like a whole chunk of time and don't even know what happened? Like that
Yeah. Could
would
you
freak
imagine?
you out.
Yeah. Imagine waking up in a house that you don't recognize with people you don't know. That would nah. That would suck. That would be really really not cool.
Like,
But that's a
here's the thing.
disorder that can be managed too. I mean, does the person did they do integration therapy, intensive integration therapy?
Well,
Which there's been a lot of success with that.
the person I knew with Tourette's, I didn't know it. I haven't physically known anybody with
Oh,
actual
okay.
did. Most of the did cases I'm talking about are these ones that are faking it. But I did know someone who absolutely had Tourette's, real Tourette's,
Gotcha.
had it back before it was cool to fake it. Um, and he's older now, and but it's been a lifelong struggle for him to have to live with that disorder, and even a person like myself with ADHD, there's some things I love about ADHD, and other things I absolutely hate about it. And if I could absolutely get rid of my ADHD and say I'm cured from it, which I manage it with medication and different things, and I've because I had it for so long before I was medicated, I didn't get medicated till last year. Like it ain't even been it's been 6 months or so. So I've been managing it for over 30 years by myself, right? So I know the coping mechanisms to be able to deal with it, but I hate it when it acts up real bad. That's why I chose to get medicated, because I almost feel like I'm a crackhead, and I've never done drugs in my life, but it makes me feel like that, right? And it makes me feel like I I hate being around myself when it acts up real bad. So I can only imagine what someone with a worser condition, like most people who have that, don't want it. Like you don't want it. You want to be like everybody else. You want to be to where you don't have to deal with that every day. I know I have a best friend who has bipolar, and her bipolar is really like she was on at one time Seroquel, Depakote, and something else for it, like really strong medicines. But she hated the medicines because then they made her feel like a zombie, and she didn't feel like she could function normally. Like it made her so sleepy all the time. And she became a mom. She was having to take care of her kids, and she couldn't take the medicine because the medicine made her like feel
Right.
really bad.
That's a
And
problem with a lot of those psych meds is drowsiness, upset. The side effects can be brutal on a lot of those drugs.
but I'll tell you what, she's one of the best moms I know and has worked her tail off, and she does really well. I think she did
That's
end up
great.
getting a better combination, but at one time they had her on Seroquel, Depakote, and something else, and it was just too much.
Hey,
They
yeah.
over medicated her, in my opinion. And like when she had her first child, um, she stopped taking the medicines because it was like
Well,
she
you have
couldn't get
to,
up.
yeah.
Yeah, she couldn't get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and the medicine knocked her. I mean, when I said the medicine knocked her off her butt, like she would be asleep for hours after taking her medicine and could not fight it. And she's like, I can't do this being a mom. I got to take care of my kids.
Yeah,
And so it was really hard
exactly.
for her finding the right combinations and all this other stuff. And I don't even know if she's medicated today. She's learned how to cope with it. She's learned how to deal with it and to like in her own ways, manage it. Um, I'm not sure if she's even medicated this day because she stopped her medications when she had her children
Well,
because she just
that's good. Some people, and as you get older in life, you learn how to the symptoms will kind of die down in some cases, and you can better manage it. Like example, like for me, I'm only on one medication for my bipolar. One, because I have it so managed without all the drugs. Like it's managed. And that took me like 46 years to accomplish.
well, me
So
and
if
her
she
are the
can
same
manage it,
age, so
great.
she's 38 now because she's like from June to August older. Well, she'll be turning 38 soon. Actually, she's like 6 months older than me or something like that.
Yeah.
And
Well, and a lot of it too is, when you have kids, your hormones change. And then when you
yeah,
get older, your hormones change again. So, I mean, that's great that she's doing good. I mean, without, 100 different meds, that's amazing. That's a
yeah,
huge
they
accomplishment.
diagnosed her in high school or junior high with that. Actually, she was diagnosed years ago with that, and
Right.
um, but
Yeah, it
she's
sounds
she's
like me. Yeah.
seems to be doing pretty good with it. I mean, I myself have never dealt with. I my doctor did possibly think I had bipolar. And there's only one reason why. Because I told her, I said, I'm telling you, I've had ADHD my whole life. I know what it's like.
Right.
The only reason she assumed possible was because of the sleep problems I had when I was younger.
Right.
You usually when that sleep problem is, it could be a form of bipolar disorder, but I don't have
Exactly.
the highs and lows and
Yeah.
things like that. So I was like, I kind of think I would know if I had bipolar because I emotionally regulate pretty well. You know what I'm saying? The only time that it gets a little too much is like when I'm in extreme pain, like sadness. Um,
Right.
like I can't not show you that I'm sad. I can't not show you because the thing with
Right.
the ADHD is we also have a slight problem, not as bad as bipolar, regulating our emotion when it comes to, like, when it gets too much for us. It's almost like, when you get extreme anxiety with a person with ADHD, when we feel sadness, it can be a little bit more extreme, right?
Yeah.
It can. That's the only thing with ADHD. I was like, but I don't switch from being real happy to real sad or vice versa.
Right.
Usually something has to happen, like somebody passes away, and
And are
then
you
I
that
can
way
get.
for long periods of time too? Are you up for, months or weeks on end and then down for months and weeks on end? I mean, that also plays into the difference between ADHD and bipolar. And I know what you mean with the emotion thing because my son has ADHD. He's got an explosive temper. Explosive temper.
I did when I was younger. I had that explosive temper when I was about 9 years old or so, but I ended up learning how to regulate it myself,
Right.
and learned how to let it out, because the problem with that people with ADHD is we internalize entirely too much. And so our, like, when it becomes explosive for us, we don't know how to stop it.
Yeah, that's
Like,
another thing. Don't cry, keep your emotions. That's another thing I've noticed with, yeah, with the
I,
whole emotions internally thing. Yep.
and so, like, when I was little, I used to fight. Like, when I say I fought, if somebody said something the wrong way, I was
You're on
down. I
it.
was ready. I was ready. And so I had to learn that fighting and anger is not always the answer. So I had to learn how to calm myself down too, because when
Right.
I get angry, it takes me longer to calm down. When I get sad, it takes me a little bit longer to, than
Yeah.
someone
Snap
else.
out.
Yeah, to snap out of it. So I had to learn those ways. And mine, for me, is music. It's always been music. Like, I'll go to singing, and I'll go to, like, my calm place, my happy place. When I get angry, I don't know about your son, but there was two things that helped me. One, get him a punching bag or something he can hit really hard, and
Mhm.
let him just punch it until he's done. Because once we get it out, we're okay. We just have to get it out. And
Gotcha. Yeah.
sometimes wearing us out, like wearing out our energy and wearing out, um, in constructive ways, helps us, because once we get tired, we're done, right? We're done with it. We're,
Right.
we're over it.
Just here, fed up. I'm had enough of it. I'm good now.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And same thing, like if he gets overly emotional with sadness or something, get
Right.
him to cry it out. Sometimes just crying it out. And then what I do is I'll listen to my sad music. I'll sing the saddest song I think of, and I'll ugly cry. I mean, when I say ugly cry, I ugly cry. I'll snot and all that. Then I go listen to my favorite happy music, and it kind of snaps me out of that feeling. Hey, Mr. Montrese.
Right.
But that's how I regulate and have regulated my emotions all these years with the ADHD, is I've learned coping mechanisms. Like, um,
Well,
I
and
would
maturity helps too. As you
true.
mature, you also learn how to control yourself. Harder. It's harder to do when you're a kid as opposed to, the age you are now. That's so crazy that you were talking about those mob women this morning. I was like, it's Mob Monday. She's talking my language. I'm all about it. Yeah, and I'm not surprised that you don't know anybody with dissociative identity disorder because globally, like worldwide, only 1 in 3% have that disorder. That is really how rare that disorder is. So
It
I'm
is,
not surprised. I
yeah,
don't know anybody with it either, personally. So,
it is an extremely rare condition. And the sad part is that's why I sometimes seeing these people who you can point out when they're faking it, because if you look into the actual disorder and people who truly have it, and they tell you like the truth behind it, when you go to look into these people, they claim things that it's impossible to claim. Like, they know when they can switch on command. That's
yeah,
not something somebody with did can do. A lot of people with did, the reason they have alters or other personalities or created them was because they went through extreme trauma to the point the
yep.
other personality was created to protect them.
Yeah, or their brain literally splits.
Yes.
Yep. Well, the most famous case I know of people faking dissociative identity disorder is Kenneth Bianchi. He tried to fake it and almost got away with it. Almost got away. Luckily, the state psychiatrist was a lot more intelligent than he was and picked up, and tricked him in one of his sessions. And they're like, oh, you're faking. You don't have dissociative identity disorder. Life in prison for you, pal.
Yeah, you talking about the hillside strangler?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, that's the thing is when you're hypnotized, you will not interact. Like, you won't get up and hug a hallucination. That's not happening. You're not going to, like, interact with hallucinations when you're hypnotized.
Did you know that people can actually get schizophrenia from, and it can go away because it's caused from alcohol, like alcohol poisoning?
Yep, and drugs. Drug-induced schizophrenia. Alcohol-induced, yep.
My grandmother had it for a little while, and of course, once she had it for a little while, and I was the only person, like, she actually got hers from alcohol poisoning. I was the only person that could talk to her when she had those problems and her believe it, because if anybody else tried to say that what she saw wasn't real, she would fight them on it. Like, quite literally say, no, I know what I saw. I'm not crazy, and fight them and stuff like that, because she assumed that they were automatically telling her something. And I was the only person that could talk her through when she had those, those moments that she would realize they were not happening, that they weren't real. Like one time she thought somebody was breaking into the house, so she busted a window out. And I told her, I said, Granny, I said, I have like 15 people watching your house when I'm not here, to let me know if anybody bothers you. And I didn't get no call. And they would have called me if somebody had been bothering you. And then I showed her where the sound, see, she had this old air conditioner, and when the compressor would kick in, it would make this loud racket. And I showed it to her, and it made her see it. One day, we had a lake at our old house. She swore that she saw 40 Mexicans crossing the lake like it was the Rio Grande. And I told her, I said, Granny, I said, first off, if somebody was in my backyard, nobody would be in my backyard like that. I wouldn't let that happen. And she goes, yeah, you're right, baby. And then one day she swore up and down she saw my son outside by himself running around playing. I was like, first off, Alex has CP. He's not going to be out there running by himself. Second off, I said, Granny, I wouldn't let him out there by himself. I'd be out there with him, because he'd been outside many times at playing, but not in her front yard by his damn self. I didn't let my kid go outside playing in the yard by himself. All these crazy people nowadays wanting to abduct children.
Nah. This is what I always tell people that suffer from schizophrenia or hallucinations. I tell them to take their phone and take a picture. And if the item shows up on their phone, then it's real. And if the item doesn't, it's their disorder.
I read for this one lady the way that she would know if it was a real thing that she was seeing or fake. When she took off her glasses, everything was blurry. Like, real things were blurry. So when she took off her glasses, and if it was something that wasn't real, it would still come in clear. So if she saw it clearly without her glasses, she knew that it was a hallucination and not something in real life.
Yep. Because I used to help with a intensive therapy group, and there's a couple of patients that had schizophrenia, and they would talk about seeing bodies hanging from the tree and stuff. And this was around Halloween. And I remember one time she's like, I don't know if it's a Halloween decoration or if it's real. And I said, well, take a picture of it. Take your phone out, take a picture. And if that scarecrow thing shows up on your phone, it's real. If it doesn't show up, it's a hallucination.
Hey, Catfish Love.
Seemed to help her out some. And that's what I always suggest. I'm like, take a picture. Take a picture of it.
It will help, because if you think about it, what you're looking at with your eyes versus when you look down at your phone, it's going to be different. Reality is going to show on the picture versus what you're seeing in your mind's eye.
It's kind of like tricking your brain. Your brain is telling you one thing. You've got to trick your brain into seeing the reality, sort of. It's kind of the way I look at it. That's why I'm like, take a picture. Because it's like once they see that, oh, it's not on my phone, it's a hallucination. It's like their brain, they like snap out of it and know that it's, hallucination.
Oh, my grandmother swore up and down, in which, thank God she lived past this, but she had gotten alcohol poisoning, and she stopped drinking after this, but she
Right.
saw a demon standing at the end of her bed and swore up and down it was standing there. In which the way that I dealt with my grandmother with those situations is I didn't make her feel crazy or make her feel
Right.
bad about it or make her, like it's sometimes they always say it's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Yeah.
And with her, I would go, Granny, look at my hand. Now I'm going to put my hand through this. You see, if it was there, I'd be able to physically touch it, right? She goes,
Right.
yeah. I said, I can't physically touch it, Granny. And I explained it. And then I also told her, I said, we had to check her into we didn't, the doctor did, checked her into a nurse home. She swore up and down we did it because my grandmother, when she passed, I brought her home. I didn't check her into no, thing. I didn't never want to do that. They made
Right.
us do that to get her medications correct and stuff like that because she was not doing what she was supposed to do and not taking her medicines as she should. And
She didn't have a thing for Nazis, did she?
no, no,
Okay, because I don't know about you, but I've noticed a lot of like schizophrenia or people with extreme delusional disorders. I mean, we're talking extreme cases. They always seem to have a thing where Nazis are trying to kill them. Nazis are spying on them. Nazis are trying to poison them. Always. And I haven't quite figured out what the link is between people with schizophrenia and extreme delusional disorders thinking that Nazis are coming for them. Because there's been a
hers.
lot of cases where their whole defense is I was being poisoned by Nazis. Like there's that one what was that guy's name? The vampire of Sacramento. He believed that Nazis were draining his blood. Believed that, and so he had to go out and kill and drink blood.
My grandmother always, she always did have some. One time, she swore up and down she ran across town, and she swore someone was out to get her. But I have noticed that in the delusional things that a lot of them, and it can be different things, right? But somebody's
Yeah.
always out to get them. Somebody's trying to break in.
Yeah.
Somebody's trying to hurt them. Something in that time, in that frame,
Right.
whether it be whatever. With hers, it was just
The
random.
CIA's following me. The CIA spying on me. Government agents are coming for me. Yeah. It, and it's always like the most, I've noticed it's always the most ridiculous stuff that's just not even plausible. Not even plausible, but yet they believe it like it's the gospel, like you and I standing right here. It's a really
My
scary disorder, honestly. And I feel bad for anybody that suffers with schizophrenia,
I
actual
do too.
schizophrenia. My heart, I feel so bad. And I've always said that. I said I'd rather be dead than to be schizophrenic. Like if I was ever diagnosed with that, I was like, well, if I'm ever diagnosed with that disorder, I'm out. I'm not, no way. Because I've seen what it does to people, the physical damage, the psychological damage. It's just such a devastating disorder. And there's no cure, which is the
No,
sucky part. There's no way to stop it. You can't stop the brain disease. All you can do is manage the symptoms. That's it. And hope you can manage the symptoms correctly. Hopefully. And 9 out of 10 times, a lot of people with schizophrenia, the medication is rarely like, I mean, it works, but then it stops working. Like the medicine game with people with schizophrenia is awful. And my heart just absolutely goes out to people that suffer from that. It is such a brutal disorder to treat.
I'm gonna say this. I feel really bad for them, especially like because you got to think if you're always thinking someone's after you, you're always looking over your shoulder. You
Yep.
always like have
You're always on
this
guard.
fear.
You're on guard
You're
24/7.
it's a terrible way to live life. Like, it's like when people have like different phobias, and specifically the ones who are scared to go out in public. Could you imagine like
Agoraphobics. Yeah.
yeah, like that's just being super afraid just to go out in public or especially with someone, let's say, go back to the schizophrenia thing, you're seeing stuff that or you believe is not there, but you think it's like your brain has you so
Yeah.
convinced that it's real, and it's hard to get out of that,
Hmm.
and to not know if something's real all the time or not. That's got to be very hurtful. Like, did this really
Yeah.
happen? Or they're always questioning themselves. Like, is
Yeah.
this real? And that's got to be super, like, to your heart, painful to not know
I'm
if what
sorry.
you're seeing or thinking is real.
100%. That would, yeah, that would suck 100%. 100. Yeah, I don't think I could live like that. So yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I feel awful for people that suffer, but like Catfish said, yeah, if you can get the right medication, yeah. But then you got to keep them on the medication. And I've noticed a lot of people with schizophrenia, they start to feel better and they stop taking the meds. Oh, I don't need these. I feel fine. Like, and that's really with mental health in general. Like once people start feeling better, they for some reason think that they don't need the medication anymore. It's like they
And
don't
most
click it
medicines
that the medicine's making them better.
will lose a lot of medicines also, like even with the Strattera that I'm on, if you stop taking this medicine, it loses its effectability and it can stop working altogether. And so a
Right.
lot of medicines, if they stop them, they absolutely start losing their ability to work for the person.
Right.
And that was like the best medicine they ever had. The next medicine may not work as well and could have adverse side effects and reactions to
Exactly.
their body.
100%. Yeah.
So, have you made any fudge lately? You know, I got to ask you about that.
I haven't. I have not. I'm trying to think what's coming up. It's what, almost May, April, May. Next
Mother's
holidays,
Day.
Mother's Day. Next holiday is like really the 4th of July. I think it's the big next major holiday, right? It'll be the 4th of
Well, it's
July.
Cinco de
Other than Mother's
Mayo,
Day.
Cinco de Mayo, 4th of July, Mother's Day, then Father's Day, and then.
Well, I'm in Iowa, so they don't really celebrate Cinco de Mayo. It's not really a big like thing where I'm at. Like I could probably walk up to the gas station and be like, it's Cinco de Mayo. They'll probably look at me and be like, "What?
Oh, Memorial
It
Day.
is?" Yeah,
I'd be forgetting
When's
half the time
Memorial
when.
Day? When is Memorial
Oh,
Day? I thought that was in August. In August?
no. Memorial
No?
Day. No, yeah, no, that's not. That is May 26th, actually.
What day am I thinking of in August? Isn't there like a holiday like that in like August or September? Maybe I'm thinking of Veterans Day.
Let's see what's in
God,
August.
can you believe May is this week? Like this week, we're gonna be
I
into May.
know.
Do you make? Did you ever make May baskets as a kid?
Uh-uh. What did you?
Really?
Yeah, what did y'all do in May?
You are the second person that said that to me. Okay, well, when I was a kid, what we would do in all the neighborhood, families in the neighborhoods and stuff, we would make up May baskets and we'd put them on people's doors and they'd have candy in them. Usually take like a cup, like a styrofoam cup or a, plastic red Solo cup. You make a little handle out of a pipe cleaner, and then you fill it with like candies and goodies, and then you're supposed to like leave them on people's door. May
Oh,
baskets.
we never did that.
Oh, that was a big thing when I was a kid. All the neighborhoods, the neighborhood kids, the other neighbors would leave us May baskets. We'd leave them May baskets. That was like a big deal.
Yeah, we
You're the
never did
second
that.
person that said that was like, no, we've never done that. I was like, really? Thought that was like a common thing.
That was an Iowa thing, it seemed.
I guess maybe it's just an Iowa thing. I don't know. Maybe it's possible. So like every time I think of May, I think of like May baskets. Oh, May 1st. Gotta deliver the May baskets. Which reminds me, I've got to make up a bunch of May baskets for the neighborhood kids. Gotta do that. I'll get my butt moving on it.
Yeah, we only celebrated like national holidays. I'm trying to think of like the only things we did locally wasn't nothing like that. It was more so like festivals and things
Yeah.
like that. So
Dang. See, I thought it was a country thing everywhere. I thought all country people did that. Dang. Might just be an Iowa farm thing. I don't know. Possibly.
it's possible. I've never heard of it before. Yeah, we didn't. We
I
didn't
mean, it
even do
wasn't like
May
it was
Day.
like a nationally celebrated thing or anything. It was just something like we still had to go to school. It wasn't we do little May stuff in school, but like in elementary school, color and stuff. But I just remember when we get home, sometime throughout the evening, somebody would leave a May basket on the door. And then my mom would make us go take them to other neighbors, like when she made to give to the other neighborhood kids. So it's kind of a thing our neighborhoods did.
Oh, Labor Day is coming up,
Anymore,
actually.
anymore, you can't do any of that stuff. Like, the things that we used to do as kids, you can't do that anymore. Homemade treats for snack day. You can't send homemade treats anymore. You'll get in trouble. Everything's got to be
Uh-huh.
prepackaged. Prepackaged.
Well, they got so many kids with different allergies nowadays, and on top of that, you have parents fear that someone is going to
Now, what
put
the heck is
something
with
in
that?
something.
What is with all these kids with allergies? Like there wasn't anybody in school when I went to school that was allergic to peanuts. Not one
Yeah, me
kid.
neither.
Not one
Not not
in the
that.
entire school.
I had one friend my entire life, all through school, who had one allergy, and it was just to bees, and she
Right?
carried an
Yeah.
EpiPen for that. She was the only one I knew. Like, I was allergic to bees, but not to the point that my throat would close. Like, I would just swell up
Yeah.
and turn different colors. But she quite literally had a severe anaphylactic shock to bees,
Yeah.
so she would have to carry an EpiPen around. But I never knew anybody that was allergic to peanuts. I never knew anybody
Nope.
that had celiac disease or had problem with flour or any of that
Latex,
as a kid.
nothing. Yeah. Same.
Now, the
That wasn't
latex
a
allergy was the friend that I have with bipolar, and she
mm,
didn't like realize that she was allergic to it until she was older.
yeah.
She never could figure out why. Like, when doctors touched her, she would like break out and stuff, and she didn't find out about her latex allergy until she got older. She's like, "Oh, that's what it is." And
So yeah, it's
so,
like I don't know what's with that. Like all the kids with all these allergies, because we didn't have that growing up. It wasn't a thing when we were kids. It wasn't not at least not where I went to school. It wasn't a thing.
yeah, I started noticing that the allergen thing, especially like the celiac disease and all that stuff, became more prevalent. Um, when we got way older, like, I didn't start hearing about people having gluten intolerance or stuff like. And if we did know somebody who had like a slight milk intolerance, it was usually they, like myself. I have a slight, not to where I have to take medication for it,
Right.
a slight intolerance to milk, a little bit. Um, Not a crazy, but like if I eat a lot of like milk products, I
Dairy.
get
Yeah.
dairy, I get like gassy and stuff like that, but nothing
Right.
to the that I just can't eat it.
Right.
Uh, and I didn't know anybody when I was a kid who had any intolerances to any foods.
Same. Yeah. Exactly the same. No one. I noticed it in the 2000s when my daughter started getting more up into elementary school. They started changing the rules. You can't bring this, can't do this, can't have this now, can't have peanut butter and jelly. I'm just like, what? Yeah. And now it's like way prevalent. It's
Do
like
you think it
everywhere.
could be possible that it's a lot of things where they're putting stuff into the foods nowadays,
I
more than
wondered
they
that
used to?
myself. Is it all the hormones? Is it the stuff they're putting in food? Or is it parents not exposed, letting their kids be kids? They're not exposed to bacteria. They're not exposed. Like when we were kids, we were outside playing in the dirt all day long, in
Remember,
bacteria, dirt all day. Kids today, not so much. So I wonder if it's just they're not being exposed to the environment like they should be, like we were, to build up the immunity to things that can make them sick. I kind
well,
of wonder if that's not what's going on too.
remember when they used to also expose us to chicken pox so you wouldn't get it again?
Yep. Yep.
It was like, oh yeah, if you get it twice, you won't get it again, but not realizing that in the future, there's
You get
also,
shingles.
yeah, in the future we could get shingles. Yeah,
That
so
freaking happened to me in my 20s. My shoulder broke out and I felt like somebody was stabbing me repeatedly in my shoulder, like so bad that I went to the doctor. And the doctor's like, "Oh, you got shingles." And I'm like, "What the hell shingles?" She goes, "Well, have you ever had chicken pox?" And I was like, "Yeah, when I was 8." She goes, "That's why." And I'm like, "Oh, well, that's wonderful. Great. Good to know." I mean, I've only had it one time, but they said it was because of the chicken pox, because I had chicken pox at one point. That now I'm infected with the shingles virus. So yeah, all you chickenpox people out there that's had chickenpox, you have the shingles virus. Just so you know, don't be surprised. Someday you get shingles.
Yeah, a friend of mine's grandfather got it, and it almost took him out of this world, because it wrapped around from his chest to his back, and it started
Oh,
affecting his breathing, and like he had breathing problems and had to be put on oxygen and all this other stuff, and it took a while for him to get over the shingles, but yeah, it was pretty rough.
yeah, they put me on a pill, and then it went away, and haven't been back yet. And they said that extreme stress can cause an outbreak. And at that time, I was under a lot of stress, and so that might be why I had an outbreak. I don't know. But it was just the one time, and I'll never forget how painful it was. I mean, it literally felt like somebody was taking a knife and repeatedly stabbing me in the shoulder. Constant, like no break in pain, just constantly. And I remember it was so bad that I took a Vicodin because I was on pain meds for my back pain, and I took a Vicodin thinking that hopefully that would take away the pain. Nope, it did not. Didn't touch it. Yeah, shingles is pretty bad. I don't ever want it again.
I couldn't imagine having to deal with that like all the time, and oh,
No, I couldn't
like
either. No, like one time was enough. I couldn't imagine having to live my life with it permanently. No, 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 thank you. I'm good.
when they also say with shingles at any time it can always reoccur, in which in case
That's what
I'm
they
like,
say.
"Ah,"
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know if I could deal with that shit.
Well, like I said, so far so good. It happened like 18 years ago, 20 years ago. So far
Yeah,
so good.
knock on wood. I
Um,
knocked on some wood for
like
you.
26 years ago, I'm good. So far so good. But then again, when you get to be a senior citizen, you start getting shit that you don't even expect or even plan for. So I don't know. I'll have to see what happens when I'm in my 70s and 80s. I'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I'm gonna pray that that never happens because I
Well,
wouldn't
because
wish that on anybody.
I always thought it was a senior citizen, something that senior citizens usually got. Because you always hear about, elderly people getting shingles, not so much young people. And then I got it, and I'm like, but I'm not old. Well, I'm only 20. What are you talking about? I'm not old yet.
Yeah, we don't need that.
Like, no.
I have I've always heard that it usually happened in the elder generation too, and so
Yeah.
I could only imagine being like 20 something and be like, "What the hell?"
Well, it was really weird because I just basically I had this faint, my shoulder hurt. And my roommate, I was like, is there a bruise or something on my shoulder? And they looked, they go, no, you just got a faint rash. It's like a faint little rash. And I'm like, oh. But the pain was so bad that I had to take myself to the doctor. I was like, I got to go to the doctor. I think within like 2 hours, I was at the doctor's office because the pain would just not stop. There was like no break. Pain that lets up, I can deal with. But when it's constant, nah, I turn into a big baby and I'm like, fix it now. Can't do it.
I couldn't imagine having to do that, like not knowing at that because at that age you don't think about that. You're like, "What the hell is going on?"
Yeah, a rash, my shoulder hurts. And it was so funny because the doctor's like, well, they didn't look at my shoulder right away. And they're like, did you injure your shoulder? I'm like, no, I didn't do anything to it. It just started hurting really, really bad. And then I said, well, my roommate said I have a faint rash. And they were like, oh, well, let me look at it. Because I hadn't injured it, it sounded silly that my shoulder was just hurting all of a sudden, since I didn't injure it. And then when
Yeah,
they saw the rash, they were like, "Oh, okay, you got shingles." And I was like, "Oh, fix it now."
take it
What the hell
away.
was that? I don't want it. Fix it. They're like,
Return to
"Well, you've had
sender.
chicken pox. So now you have the virus in you because you've had chicken pox." And I'm like, "Oh, that's great." They come out with a vaccination after, I already have had chicken pox. That's wonderful.
Oh, that's like the new STDs that came out after I graduated high school. Like I'd never
Yeah, the
heard of
HPV stuff. Yeah,
The trichomonas. I was like, "What the
right.
hell is trichomonas?" I had
Telling
friends who
you.
got it and they told me about it. I was like, What the shit
Really?
is because you got to think at this time, this was early 2000s, right? I didn't
Yeah.
necessarily have Wi-Fi in my home at that time to Google stuff. And I was like, what the hell is trichomonas? I've never
Well, you
heard this
sure, I
shit
mean, and you're
before.
surely not looking for tricho. You're certainly not looking for STDs. I mean, so yeah, I've never
Yeah.
even. I don't even know what that is. What is it?
Trichomonas, to tell what that is, let me go ahead and show. Uh,
Because I mean, I've heard of the normal STDs. Syphilis. The ones we learn in health class.
yeah, I knew about the ones we learned in
Yeah.
health class too,
What about
and never
those?
heard of trichomonas in my life
No.
until a friend of mine came up with it, and I was like, "What the hell is that?" Because it's trichomonas, also called trick, is a common STD. Trick is caused by a tiny one-celled parasite called Trichomonas vaginalis. Anyone who's sexually active can get it. It affects women more than men, older women
Of
more than
course.
younger ones,
Of
and
course.
African American women more than white or Hispanic women. People with trick often don't have any symptoms and it doesn't usually cause problems, but if you don't get treatment, it raises your chances of getting or spreading other STDs, including HIV.
Well, if
Let's
you
see.
don't, if there's no symptoms, well, then how in the hell do you know you have it? And what does it do to your body? I mean, how are you supposed to find out that there's anything wrong? I mean, other than like a normal exam, but you could go a year or two without knowing you have it if you don't get, a normal exam. So there's no symptoms. Like, what does it do? What does it do to you once you have it? If it goes untreated, what are the
About
symptoms?
It says about 70% of people with trick don't have symptoms, and others, the signs might not show up until days or weeks after infection. If you have a vagina, you may notice vaginal fluid that smells bad and is greenish or
Ew,
yellow, genital itching, burning, redness, or soreness, pain when you
ew.
pee or have sex, the need to pee more often, bleeding after sex. If you have a penis, you might notice itching or irritation inside your penis, a thin white discharge from your penis, pain when you pee or have sex, the need to pee more often.
But
Um,
it doesn't kill you or make you go blind or insane or anything. It just sounds like it's painful and really annoying.
well, I'm trying to see if because there's trichomonas and then there's bacterial vaginosis,
What?
which they're both forms of vaginitis, which can mean an inflammation, infection, or change in the normal organisms in the vagina. A third form of
Right.
vaginitis is a yeast infection. While they can
Yeah.
have similar symptoms, each of these problems is caused by a different organism, so they're treated differently. BV is caused by an overgrowth of bacteria, while trichomonas is caused by a parasite.
Yeah. Parasite.
Um,
Gross.
somebody that was talking shit about me actually has chlamydia that they did not chlamydia, but syphilis that they didn't treat,
Oh,
and
dang.
so now it's become resistant to treatment, and it's eating away at their brain.
Yeah. They're
Um,
becoming Al Capone. They're becoming Al
mhm.
Capone, basically.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. It's hey, Louisiana. It literally caused blindness, and it causes blindness in the eyes and all this other stuff.
Yep.
So I suggest anybody, if you are of sexual age, and even if you have a partner and y'all are monogamous with each other, still get tested because some disorders and some diseases also can stay dormant in your
Yeah.
body for years and you not know it until it pops back up. So always get tested.
Right. Well, they say that HPV can lie dormant for up to 10 years. You
Yeah,
won't even
there's a
know.
whole
10
reason.
years.
There was this one dude who was really wanting to get with me like super bad, and I almost dated him, but then I heard he had slept with one of these girls that I knew had HPV, and I asked him a simple question. I said, "Did you go get tested?" And he lied to me. I could tell that he lied to me because I
Oh.
asked him what kind of test he got, and he couldn't. Like I knew for a fact that they stuck the Q-tip thing and did the Q-tip
Mhm.
thing, and he lied to me about the testing. I was like, "Yep, nope, not doing it. Not me.
Dang.
You ain't
Yeah.
getting me."
I'm like, I'm not getting cervical cancer. No, thank you. I'm
It's
good.
basically what I said. I
Yeah,
was like,
I'm good.
I'm good."
No. Yeah, and it's really shocking how prevalent HPV is and how easy it is for women to get it.
Yeah,
Like it's
and
pretty prevalent.
it also doesn't cause any problems for the male, but every
Nope.
female can get cervical cancer. And yeah, no, nah, I'm
Well,
good.
from what I understand about that particular disease is or that particular virus, because it's not a disease, it's a virus. You never get rid of it. Is it basically rewires a female's DNA and causes vagina cancer, cervical cancer, ovaries cancer. Like basically your female section's fucked. You're now prone to getting all kinds of female cancer.
Mm, I'm good. So this
Yeah,
is
I'm
why
good.
I'm
I
glad
don't need
I'm in
vagina
a
cancer.
monogamous
I'm good.
I'm glad I'm in a monogamous relationship. We both got tested before and after, obviously being together, but stay healthy, both of us. But I that's why I never had one night stands. Technically, for
Nah.
me, it was a fear. It was a because I seen all these new STDs and even the old ones popping out everywhere. Everybody getting them. I'm like, I'm not gonna be a statistic. Y'all ain't giving me nothing. I know,
Yeah, right. No, thank
like
you.
it's not a shame to get it, it's a shame to keep it kind of thing. Like sometimes shit happens, right, with people. But at the
Mhm.
same time, I'm like, I ain't doing it. So
Right.
I would rather just
I'm
stay.
gonna be celibate. I'm gonna be celibate and
That's what I
probably stay
did. I was
celibate.
celibate.
Thing.
I sailed all by myself. I was like Mr. David over there, me and my hand. Yeah, it was just us.
And shoot, I was, like I said, I tell people I was married for 22 years. Sex is not something that's, high on my priority. I've had plenty for 22 years. I'm good. Not a
Yeah,
high priority for
and,
me.
and and if it did, like, who can do better than you do it to yourself? I'm just saying.
Yeah. And I'm at that age, I'm almost 50. I mean, I'm 46. I'm almost 50 where, the whole libido starts to go down and, especially after you have kids, like it's all downhill after that.
Yeah, I'm
I'm in
straight.
the I'm in the growing old companionships phase in my life. Like that's good for that.
I'm gonna say this. I enjoy that with my partner. I'm glad I have my partner, but I chose. I could have been a hoe. I really could have. It's real easy
Yeah,
for women to
yeah.
be that way. But I chose, not to do that for my own personal reasons. Not saying I be hating on hoes, because some hoes is my best friends and I vicariously lived with them and they tell me their hoe stories because I don't
I'm too
qualify.
self-conscious. I'm way too self-conscious to be a hoe. Way too self-conscious.
What's crazy is that someone run around saying I slept with this, with that, and the next one. My body count, and I've said it before, is three and done. Three. Me and my
Right?
first were first together. Me and my second, that was the father of my child. And I'm with my person now, and I refuse to be with another. So if something happens, I'm going to become the crazy cat lady. I'm going to admit it.
Nothing wrong with that. What is the Viagra age? What exactly is the age of Viagra? I didn't know there was an age limit. What's the age group? Talking 60, 70, 80? What's that Viagra age group?
Doesn't it
So
become more dangerous the older you get to take that though? Like,
I thought
and
so. Yeah.
because like it can cause heart attacks and all these different things. Also,
Yeah.
like if you look at the porn industry, right? A lot of those men end up getting to where their penis don't work anymore because they shoot it up with so much stuff. Have you
Yeah.
heard about that? Like they shoot steroids and water and different things into it to
No,
keep
I
it.
have not heard about that. No,
Look
I've
into
not.
that. Like a lot of the older orange stars will say that because they did so much, like they
Why?
used to shoot stuff into it to make it hard and keep it hard. Like they shoot
Oh
Viagra
shit.
into it, like stuff into it. Like I'm like,
Yeah.
you're putting a needle in your penis? That just seems like it's gonna hurt. Hey, Mr. JB.
I thought only meth addicts did that. Damn. So I've heard
No,
of
and
like drug addicts doing that, like to hide, track marks and shit. I've heard like drug addicts doing that shit. Never heard of porn people doing that. Wow.
yeah, they literally shoot stuff into the to keep it erect, and it ends up messing up their um their
You
ability
think?
to be able to perform after that.
I would think, I don't know why water. Why water? What's water supposed to do?
It's kind of like to
Make it
keep it.
swell?
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Wow. I had no idea. I mean, I've heard of them like using Tabasco sauce, like shoving that in the other hole to get guys to be erect during like porn. I've heard of that, but I've never heard of like actually guys shooting things into their appendage. Huh.
Yeah, they different let's see here. They for example, the drug called Cialis, they end up taking that so much so, and Viagra and different
Dang.
stuff that it messes up. They have, when they use the ED pills for too much, they have difficulty ejaculating, irregular heartbeat, chest pain, sudden hearing loss, stomach upset, sudden vision loss, flushed
Yeah,
cheeks,
I don't
splitting
think that
headache.
stuff's meant
Yeah.
for like to use all the time. I don't think that stuff is meant like for daily use. I don't think.
Yeah, they literally sometimes shoot that stuff up with a needle into uh the penis, and I'm like, that just it scares me. What if you actually get like like a infection and whatnot, and
Yeah,
have to have your stuff cut off? Like,
right.
ooh.
I don't think
Hey,
that'd be a
Mr.
place you'd want an
Noble.
infection. I wouldn't think. Wouldn't think.
Hey, filthy animal. Who is that?
Save me. You're not going to do anything to me unless you're going to physically come here. You might as well just shut your hole because you're next. Okay, you're next. You understand that? You're next. I'm just doing to you guys what you do to others. I know you don't like it. Throw your tantrum. I don't care. Reap what you sow. And I'm so glad you came in here to disrespect Charlie's chat room. That's just rude.
Yeah, I don't know why they come in here to bother you. Why can't they catch you on your show? Or like, it makes no sense. Like when you have where the shows that you let
Right?
people
Yeah.
just say what they want.
I don't know. I guess because they think they're accomplishing something when in reality they're accomplishing nothing. But that's their life. I mean, you're dealing with people who sit online all day and try to get somebody to K themselves. So I mean, that's the level of mentality you're dealing with.
Oh, you tried it one time, and David was like, "This might be fun," and it did nothing, like nothing at all. You're like, "Well, this is bull crap." Like, hey,
Dude,
at
he's
least
not the first guy that has done that. I've heard of other guys that have done that, like just taking it just
just
to
to
see what it
try it.
does.
Hey, at
Yeah.
least you didn't wind up with the thing where they had to aspirate your penis. So that's a good thing. If you have an erection that lasts more than 4 hours, they have to drain the blood with a needle from your penis. Yeah, it sucks.
The
I've
dude
heard.
I know thought he was gonna have to go to the doctor. Like the dude I know. I was like, well, that's what you get for taking a pill you don't need. What do
Now,
you
you want to
expect?
hear something funny? Um, I don't know if you noticed, but sometimes sleeping pills can have that effect. And my ex had that issue one time. He took a sleeping pill to go to sleep and fall asleep, and it gave him an erection that lasted longer than 4 hours. We had
Right.
fun. Let's just say I had a lot of fun.
Well, that's all that matters then.
But yeah, it ended up being very hard for him. But eventually, I did win that war. I did not give up, and I refused to give up. But it
You
was
refused,
like
huh?
he did not expect that at all. And he was like, I don't know how, like, I'm like, this is weird. It was a sleeping pill. Like, come on.
Wow. Well, I know sometimes they'll prescribe Viagra to certain men because of like psychiatric medications they're taking will cause, ED. So I know certain, like some men will get that because of medication side effects. Well, and not just like mental health meds, but there are a lot of drugs that I guess can cause ED.
Now,
I
Mr.
don't
David,
care,
you
Filthy. If
can't.
you want to go to jail, go ahead and find out. Like, seriously. I don't know what you think your threats are doing because they're not doing anything. I don't really care. You can get your ass handed to you too, just like anybody else that comes here. You ain't special. Hillbilly. Ain't special. I don't know why you run around acting like you're a tough guy. I mean, do you feel good about yourself threatening a 5'2", 114-pound female? Feel like a big man? I mean, seriously, you feel like a big man? Threatening a female? Make you feel good? Make you feel tough? It's called public information. I'm sorry if that hurts your feelings. Tough shit. And I'm not done yet. Not by a long shot. Not even done yet.
Now, Mr. JB, you know for a fact you cannot come in here and tell me you have a story, but then you ain't gonna tell me the story. You know I
What's
want
the
to know what's
story?
going on. Yeah, Mr. JB, he's awesome. Mr. JB Longwind, he's cool as shit.
Well, then I definitely want to hear the story.
Yeah,
Is it
he
a
came
story
into
about
me
ED or Viagra?
like he needs to tell me the story. Hey, Miss Suze. Woo-hoo-hoo. No, I know a lot of dudes who actually do that, Mr. JB. A lot of dudes absolutely have that to where
Yeah,
they be
I've
trying to go
heard
to
that as
sleep and it
well.
pisses them off. Like they be trying to go to sleep and just get like,
Yep.
and they're like, son of a bitch, I'm just trying to sleep.
Yep. Especially you're married, so you know, like you're asleep, nighttime. Yeah. I think that's
Oh,
common in a lot
I
of men.
it is, and I know one thing that really bothers them the most, in my opinion, is when they wake up like at 3 o'clock in the morning and they got to pee, and they're like, "Oh, this is gonna be a rough pee."
Right? No, I actually didn't dox a kid. I was nice enough to block their face out. But I can put the photo up unedited if you like. Then it give you really something to cry about. Nobody cares, dude. I mean, you're bringing your shit in here, which is just lame as fuck. Lame. Why
It's
don't you
like
go
a
to your
tree
chat
that
room and
falls
cry?
over.
I mean, why don't they go to their chat room and cry about it? I don't understand why they got to come over here and interrupt your conversation.
No, see, here's the thing. Now I'm gonna speak up. If she blocked out the faces and didn't say the names or anything like
Nope.
that, then she didn't dox the child.
I didn't
If
even
she
say the
did,
chat name. I didn't even say who it was, whose family it was, nothing. Not a chat thing. But thanks for confirming it. That was called catfishing. And I just confirmed the identity of the picture. Thank you. That's called catfishing, Momo, and you fell for it. Thank you. Just like Moses Heaps fell for it when I put up his information and you threw a tantrum. Thanks for confirming it. I guess you don't know shit about catfishing, huh? You guys aren't very good at this. You should probably go back to the drawing board because you're not very good at this. I wonder how much it would be to, like, how easy it would be to rob you of money. You know, since it's so easy to catfish you, I wonder how easy it would be to, like, you know, clean out your bank account. I wonder. Uh-huh. And he likes to give out death threats and threaten Chris Trock's children. He can reap what he sows, much like you and the rest of your little group of harassers and bulliers and stalkers. Reap what you sow. Don't cry about it. You wanted to play this game. Now you want to cry. I don't want to hear no crying. Stop crying. You like to play this little fucking game with people, and then you cry when you get your treatment right back to you. Now you want to cry about it. Cry, cry, cry. Maybe you should be better people, and shit like this won't happen to you. Treat others how you want to be treated. So how was your weekend, Charlie?
It was pretty good. I sat there and I played some video games, watched some good movies. I cooked
Nice.
Saturday. When I came in there, I told you I cooked the barbecue chicken wings with some. I took those little golden potatoes and I put them in butter and garlic water and I boiled them up. And then I made some steamed broccoli.
Yeah,
Yesterday,
that's
I
what you
made
were saying. Yeah,
meatball parm.
nice.
It
Sounds
was
like a very
good.
nice weekend. How was the weather? How's the weather out there?
Wasn't too bad. We had some storms before that, but they ended up calming down. Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah, because you were saying that you're in tornado season, right? Where you're at?
Yeah. Down here, it's always like that.
Yeah, you have hurricanes where you're at too, right?
Uh, when we do get them up, because I'm so far north that they
Oh,
usually
okay.
turn into tropical depressions. The hardest one we ever had hit for us was Katrina.
Yeah, I was gonna
Most
ask if you were hit by Katrina because I know Mississippi got hit bad, if not worse than Louisiana, from
the
what I
entire
understand.
state.
Yeah.
Um, Yeah, the entire state was even up here, all the way up north. I had storm and damage so bad that the back of my roof on my old house, we had to have it fixed because it literally like cut it. Like I had to have like I had buckets underneath it. It was bad. Why would y'all hold on, hold on. Why would y'all target me when I have nothing to do with this situation? That's between y'all. Leave me the fuck out of it. I have nothing to do with any of y'all's bullshit. Do you understand that? Just
Because that's
because
what they
I'm
do.
nice to people that you do not like does not mean that you bother somebody who ain't did nothing to you. I'm not a part of any of y'all's bullshit. That's y'all's bullshit. Keep it there. I'm not going to be, oh, I hate this person because you hate this person. I have no idea what the fuck y'all's beef is in the first fucking place, and I'm not getting in it. I don't add myself to other people's beefs. It's not, I shouldn't have to. You shouldn't sit there and say, oh, you're going to target people just because they're nice to someone else. So you're going to target people because they're nice to people.
No, it's a
That's
bully
real.
tactic.
It's
It's a
not,
bully tactic. That's what it is. It's, oh, well, you're nice to this person, so we're going to bully you too now until you stop being nice to them. It's a bully tactic. No, you don't make the rules. Sorry to break it to you. That's why you guys are so butthurt because you control nothing. You may
but
have
no, Miss,
controlled square. I ain't square. Harlow's not square. Charlie ain't square. That shit you guys pull may work with him. It does not work with any of us normal adults. Hate to break it to you. I live in reality. I know what the reality is, unlike you clowns.
no, Miss
Charlie lives in
Louisiana.
reality.
They said that in chat just then that they're going to target me now
Yep. Because that's what they do. Because
because
they're
I'm
losers.
nice. How is that a thing? Because you're nice to people? Like
Yeah.
I'm nice to fucking everybody. Shit.
Yeah, they have this weird idea that like they own YouTube and that they have some sort of power over like other adults. It's real sick shit. I've watched it for like 3 years now. It's real sick. And they're all upset because I call it like it is. I don't approve of a group of people bullying someone to death. Like they're literally trying to get someone to kill themselves. I don't believe in calling someone's elderly grandfather and threatening them. I don't believe in going and shitting on someone's grave. But that's what you all did. Ain't that right? That's what you all did. And you expect like normal people like myself to say that's okay? No, sorry, it's not okay. It's not okay. It's not okay. So deal with it. Deal with the repercussions of your shitty behavior. And that's
I
literally what's going on is they're getting back to them what they give to other people and they're crying about it. So they got to
let me
follow
make
people
sure.
around from chat room to chat room, make their stupid comments and act like they're going somewhere with it.
I just want to say this. I don't care whose kids they are. Kids should be totally off limits, period. Because I've had it done to mine and my grandchildren, and they've been targeted in real life. It's not cool. I
Well,
don't
you
care
can
who
go
you
look at my
are
photo. You can
or
go look at
what's
the
been
photo.
done.
No kid was doxxed. You can go look at the photo.
Was a
It's a
picture of a
body.
kid put up?
It's a body. It's a
It
body. There's
shouldn't
no
be.
face.
It's a
There's
kid.
no
It
face, no
shouldn't
names,
be.
no chat names, no nothing.
It
No
doesn't matter.
identifying features.
It does. Honestly, Bambi, it doesn't matter. I've been a victim of that. I've had that happen, and it shouldn't. Period.
Well, that
Kids,
person likes to dox other people's
families
kids. So I
should
wanted
be
to see how he
off
liked
limits.
it.
But we got to rise above and be better. That's the thing about it. You're not going to win by dropping to the same level as you say someone else is. You got to rise above it and be better. And I'm having to learn that myself because I've twisted off on a few folks myself. And when it comes to people's family and kids, I'm telling you, I'm going through shit right now that I never dreamed that I would have gone through because somebody didn't like my opinion or something I said, or they got their fifis hurt because I responded back to them. And so then they're attacking my family and my grandkids' mothers being harassed. And it's just crazy shit. My employers being called. I mean, all of that shit, it should just be off limits. And I'm just, that's me. That's how I feel. I stand by that. It shouldn't be done. So, you guys make your own decisions. You're grown, but I just felt like that I needed to say it because I'm a victim of it and I don't like it. And I will fuck a motherfucker up for doing it. So do as you wish, but that's just the real of it. So y'all have a great day.
Huggies, Watcher.
Right. Oh, was I? Was I calling people's work this morning? When did this happen? Where did this happen at? I'd like to know where this happened. You and your fantastical stories. So what else you got planned today, Charlie?
Well, as soon as I get off here in a minute, I'm gonna go play me some games. I'm gonna go see if I'm cooking or who's cooking today. Um, I'm
Right.
thinking about like what we're gonna eat today already in my brain. I'm hoping my mom makes her homemade pizza. Um, fingers crossed.
Right.
I love when she does that. But I literally did uh, you know,
Right.
the oh sorry, I had to belch. Sorry about that. I had ooh, what game you gonna be doing? You gonna be doing
Nice.
game night, Mr. JB? Mr. JB's talking about doing a game night. Ooh.
I like trivia games. And I heard you do game nights too on your show, right? Or you're going to be.
Yes. I normally do. I haven't because I've been so busy with everything and shit.
Right.
I haven't been able to do it, but I do. I do Jackbox games. Where you do like the trivia murder party and you do
Cool.
like these funny ones and all this other shit. It's real fun.
Sounds like it. I'll have to check it out when you go live and do it. I'll have to definitely check it out.
Oh yeah, all you need is two devices when you play that, like one to watch the stream and one to play. Like I usually
Right.
do on one I'll do like uh you know on my device when you watch and then you get the room code from that. It's real fun.
Sounds
Ooh,
like
you
it.
may be doing Slingo. Mr. JB's talking about doing a Jeopardy style again or bingo or something.
Jeopardy style bingo sounds fun. That sounds fun. Jeopardy's not bad. Yeah, I don't mind doing trivia game once in a while. I haven't done that on my show for like forever.
I need to set aside some time and actually sit there and do it. Because I've been recently doing a lot behind the scenes and taking care
Right.
of a lot of stuff. Like even before this shit with that came up in the last week, 6 months ago I started prepping my son for the GD. So I've been
Right.
doing a lot of that and because I don't know if you know this, but state law, you have to be 18 in most places, right? And
Mm.
because he was homeschooled, I could do either a high school equivalency test or a GED. And so I've
Oh,
been
okay.
taking that for a while now, and taking, I've been doing that for like, it's about a year ago when we started doing that, but more so cracking down on it 6 months ago. And because that's one of the reasons he got the computer he got for
Mhm.
Christmas. He got a bomb ass computer, and so been cracking down more on it since then.
Yeah.
And so just dealing with all that, having to take care of a family and everything, I just haven't had um, the chance and opportunity to take care of everything.
Is there a
And,
lot involved, like in homeschooling and graduating your child? I mean, is there a lot involved in that?
well, in Mississippi, state law says that you have to, and I did it years ago. You have to turn in information stating you're homeschooling your kid,
Mhm.
right? And I did that years and years and years and years ago. Um, Basically, you have to keep an eye on what the like what the kids are studying. You have to look at the curriculum, which you can go. Most states have a website for the school district, right, for the
Mhm.
education system, and you can go to that and you can get the curriculum for each year. And then a lot of people don't know this, but you can buy workbooks at Walmart. Now I'm just saying this,
Right.
and they are good all the way up to fifth and sixth grade. Now, after that, you start having to buy stuff online and do all this stuff. And some places, not my area, some places actually have online schools for homeschooling.
That's what they have here is like the school. They do it all online. It's all done through like the local school. So I was wondering about that. Did they have that there? Did they have the online
They
school
may
there?
have it now, but they didn't when he started, because you got to think
Oh,
that
okay.
was, I don't know if they have it
Right.
now, but um, it takes a while to deal with that situation.
Right.
But I've literally sat there and I had to go through all that, and then at one time, I'm gonna tell you this, I had like file folders, like a whole huge ass thing full of damn schoolwork from him.
Right.
And it got left at my old house, and my old house, the had a roof leak or something, and it messed it up, which I was super sad about, because like all the projects we done, all the
Mhm.
cute little things, they got destroyed. I was so sad about it. Could you imagine having
Oh,
all that and then it got
it's a
messed up?
lot. Yeah.
Hey, Sleepy Rob.
Now, do you have to turn testing scores in to like the state?
Not in Mississippi.
Okay.
Um, the Now I will say that certain states have different rules. Like in the state of Mississippi, if you look up homeschooling rules, it's different than, let's say, if I was going to go to New
Yeah.
York. In New York, you have to have a almost a teaching degree to
Yeah.
homeschool your child.
Really?
Versus in Mississippi, you don't. Obviously, of course, they want the parents to be educated, which I am.
Yeah, of course
Uh,
you gotta be you would think the parent would have to be graduated, one would think. Yeah.
yeah,
You'd
yeah. I
think.
graduated high school and went to college, so I really should have went back, but my son had to have surgery. That's why I quit college. I was going to college when he was younger, but because of his surgeries and the different things that he had to do and get better um, with that, you know, I dropped out and I shouldn't have. I only liked 1 year to get into the program. I ended up switching my program halfway through. I was going to be a
Right.
RN, and then I switched. I found out you could get a bachelor's degree and instead of an associate's. So I switched to a bachelor's in social work. A lot of places have that. You should totally look into that.
Waiting he's graduating this year then?
Yeah, he's actually, we're waiting until after he turns 18, because before 18,
Nice.
there's these, you have to go get all this stuff and stuff. So um he does better homeschooling than he would. The thing is, because of his cerebral palsy and the amount of doctors and different things that he saw, he would have flunked out of regular school because of missing so many days. Because he had 2 times a week therapy. He had, his specialist that he had to go see. He
Yeah.
had his surgeon. He had his brace place lady. He had dentist, eye specialist, just so many different things that he went through as a kid that he would have flunked out for missing so much school. So that's
Mm.
one of the reasons we homeschool. Secondly, I did have him in a pre-K program. And you know how you have to bring up paperwork to prove your child
Yeah.
has a disability? I did all
Yeah.
that. They were supposed to get him a helper. So it wouldn't all land on the teachers when he needed breaks, when they were walking to places or doing something, because of his CP. And also the helper was supposed to help with his braces and different things. So if his foot came out of it, ended up, they claimed, oh, we didn't know he had CP. I'm like, I did a whole paperwork party before then. Had to bring in all kind of information. I was like, where's his helper? And it was bad treatment. And also, I did not want them to put him in special education when his mind is way above that, you know?
Right. That's good. What did you do about socialization, like prom and stuff like that?
Well, he has had his group of friends that are like homeschool kids too,
Oh,
for a very
nice.
long time.
Oh,
And
that's good.
he has his gamer group of friends that he has had for a very long time. Of course, I've always paid attention to the chats. Don't tell him I told you that. Um, I have the login. But he has Discord, believe it or not. He doesn't have any other social medias though, because he never liked social media. So I got a kid that I think is amazing because he doesn't like social media, so I don't have to deal with that crap.
Yeah, I've heard that does happen sometimes, catfish, that like some kids that are homeschooled don't do as well as if they were in like a formal structure. Because that might be the parents too, because the student's only as good as the person teaching them, right? And if the parents are lazy, the kid's not gonna learn nothing. And I'm not saying that's the case with your grandson. Not saying your kids are lazy or anything. I'm just saying I think it just all depends on, the teacher per se.
The only problem I ever had with him when it comes to homeschooling, is he hated fucking math. He hated it. Now as far as in
Who
like
doesn't?
reading,
I swear, who doesn't have a problem with math? Isn't that most kids' issue? Like number one issue is always math.
he now he is a little bit socially awkward. He doesn't like places with a lot of people. But he's always been like that. But I mean, I think that is a homeschool trait in some kids.
Right.
Especially because he's an only child on top of that. Uh, but now when it comes to him and his friends, no problem. But when it comes like we go out and there's a huge group of people and stuff, he does.
Yeah.
Now he
Well, I
loves
think
history. He loves history. In fact, he will tell you all about history. And his favorite book when he was in middle school, he started reading the H.P. Lovecraft books.
oh
He
wow.
loves the Call of the Cthulhu, the mythos, all of those. Loves H.P. Lovecraft. He started reading on a collegiate level, like I've said, when he was like in middle school.
Nice.
He surpassed me at a point when he started telling me about quantum physics. I was like, I don't know if I can help you anymore. I don't know
I
if
know
I can teach you anything else.
tell me about it. My oldest son, I'm the knowledge that he knows is just unbelievable. But that's all he does is read. He's always reading. Always reading. I mean,
Same.
like I told people, he read Reaganomics at 15 on his own by choice. And I'm thinking, what 15-year-old reads Reaganomics? I've never even read it. Never even read it.
Well, he's talked about wanting to be a physicist, and then on the other hand, he wants to go into robotics. So
Oh wow.
I'm not sure which one he's going to end up doing, but he always like wanted to be like Albert Einstein in a way. So
Yeah, he's a physicist. That'd probably be out in California. Probably have to go to school out there and work out in Cali, because I think that's where a lot of the major colleges for physicists is at. Isn't it? I think in Cali, right? Like Berkeley and stuff.
Yeah, he's been way up. He's changed his mind a couple of times. And every single one of them is like, you have to have a college education, like so many years, blah blah blah, this,
Right.
blah blah that. But
Yeah.
he's changed his mind on which ones. It's like, wanting to be he wanted to go into what what is that? I'm trying to think of it. It's a big name, and it's what they do at NASA.
Hey, Stella, astronaut.
Not an astronaut, but the person who deals with the not the mathematical probabilities, but the I forget the name of it.
I have no
It's just
idea.
it's astronomical something. But anyway, he really wanted
That's
to
a
do that
lot.
shit too.
That's imagine those
Like,
classes in college. I can only imagine how hard those classes would be to do a job like that. I can only imagine the amount of math you'd have to know and science. Man, no way. I don't have the brain for that. But it sounds like your son does, though.
he is entirely, like, when it comes to a lot of things, entirely too smart for his own good.
Yep.
Which I'm like, I don't know how to help you anymore. You're
Yep.
too smart. Hey,
I
Stella.
know. It's sad when they outsmart you, when they started, when you have to go to them and ask them questions.
Oh, that's the way it is now.
I
If
know.
I need to know something, I can go to him and go, hey, so totally, what is this again?
Exactly. Like, I'll go to him about politics stuff because I know he follows like a lot of. He'll sit there and read 1,000-page congressional Senate committee hearing like paperwork. He will read all of it. So I always go to him when I have, because I'll be like, "Who's this person and why is it in the news?" And he'll be like, "Oh, blah blah blah."
Oh, he was telling me all about that this morning and about policies and different
Yeah, they
things.
watch that stuff more than I think most of us adults do.
He was talking to me this morning about some things. I don't like to get political, but
Right.
he was talking to me some things about it, and he was like, and I was like, yep, yeah, I don't even know about that, but tell me all about it. Teach me some things.
Right?
Shit.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm not very political either. I don't mind talking about the current events and what's going on, but I'm not going to argue with anybody about it. I'm not knowledgeable enough on every little aspect to even begin to argue or debate. When it comes to politics, I'm not even.
I know how the government works.
Yeah.
I know that I don't care who's president, and there's a reason why, and I'll tell you right now. Technically, my vote does not count for the presidential election.
Yep.
Because
we're on the same
electoral
brainwave
college.
there. Yep. We pretty much have almost the same views when it comes to like politics, because I think we've talked about it before. Like, and I'm like, yep, I'm the same. Basically all I can talk about is what I see, what I personally experience, and what I personally see. That's why I talk about the economy a lot, because I'm personally getting affected by it. Every time I go to the grocery store, I'm personally affected, as opposed to 3 years ago, 4 years ago, hell, even 8 years ago. I am very much affected by the prices of goods.
Hi, Happy. Also, no one has been blocked in my chat. So, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, my son sits there and tells me everything. Now, I will say that I do know how that with this situation, this climate, with the things being signed in, it has to go through the House and the Senate. And technically for anything to be passed into, I literally have not seen anyone blocked. I'm scrolling up, don't see it.
The desperation is strong in this chat room. Damn. Never seen a more desperate group of people in my life.
Oh, so there was one person hidden. Okay, see? Watcher of Crazy told you what she did.
Well,
I didn't
shouldn't
see
dox
it,
people.
but and
Shouldn't use people's names and you wouldn't get hidden. I mean, that's just common chat etiquette.
Watcher is doing her job as a moderator. I have asked, when y'all have problems with each other, take it somewhere else. I am not talking about anything that y'all are dealing with, any of y'all's beef, any of that stuff. We're talking about different things and have different conversations. Now, if you want to add to the conversation, you may do so. She's not bringing
Oh,
her
what do you
drama
mean,
over here of
Charlie?
you.
You don't secondhand hate? You do your own investigation? You don't secondhand hate? You don't follow along like a brain dead simp? You don't do that? What?
I don't get involved in other people's beefs. Like, here's the thing, it has nothing to do with me.
Right.
If I have not literally have no idea what the hell y'all got going on, why the hell would I get involved in it? That makes no damn sense. Common sense. Makes no common
Right.
sense to add yourself to something that ain't got shit to do with you. Thank you, Watcher, for being an amazing moderators.
So you mind your own business.
She's going by YouTube guidelines. My moderators go by YouTube guidelines. You cannot put names in chat. That is a YouTube guideline.
Yep.
My channel strictly follows that. If you don't know my channel, you've not been here long enough to know that. That has been one of the rules for a very long time since the beginning of my channel.
Yep.
I strictly follow YouTube guidelines.
Guess you're not supposed to. I don't know.
I have no idea. But I do know that I'm pissed off here, man. I'm gonna go see what the hell we got going on with wise. I'm probably gonna play me some Resident Evil, maybe shoot up a couple zombies, maybe play some 7 Days.
Nice.
I've been using 7 Days as a I turned off the zombies on it, and I've been using it kind of like a survival game, because you have to build,
Mhm.
build a home for yourself. You have to go get food. You have to cook yourself stuff, or you'll actually pass away from not eating. Right? So
Yeah. It's kind of like Oregon Trail, sort of.
yeah, and so it's like I took it and I just turned off the ability to where the zombies don't
Mhm.
spawn, and I'm
Yeah.
doing it that way just for like a survival game, like the end of the world type situation. And I like playing around with it because it's fun. That game's like if you took Minecraft and made it more realistic, pretty much. And I wouldn't suggest playing it on console because the console version of it sucks. The PC
Yeah.
version is better. I've tried to play it, which I do have my console over here. But I've always been into Silent Hill and Resident Evil and things like that.
Yeah. The old school stuff. Yeah. I think the last like actual console video game I think I played was Baldur's Gate. Or no, it was the Star Wars Dark Republic, I think, was the last game I think I played.
Hey, Mr. Feeble. Now, Mr. Feeble and Miss Geraldine, they've been if you ain't watched it, they got some cute little shorts that you should totally watch. It's hilarious. Geraldine, I be having to check on her because she be going to the pokey sometimes.
Right.
And yeah, it's just, it's kind of funny, their little thing.
Yeah. Nice. So you play on a computer or do you play like actual old school controllers?
I use my controller on my computer because I am one of those people. I have to have a controller.
Nice.
I have to have a controller. Do you know this person? They're going by Heckzilla. I've never seen them on my link. Their name says Howdy. I don't know who that is.
Do not know them. It's probably one of the junkie trolls would be my guess. No idea. They're like bringing out the lies heavy today.
I don't know why they keep bothering people when nobody's bothered them.
I don't know. I don't go to their chat rooms. They're not allowed in mine. I mean, I don't get it.
Don't call us cute. We're thugs. Oh, that's cute.
Yeah.
He's gonna keep telling me they thugs, and I'm like, oh,
Ah.
what y'all have going on. Let me say this once more. Has nothing to do with me. Have I doxed anybody? No. Have I bothered anybody? No. Leave me alone. The situation y'all have with each other is between y'all. You don't add other people to y'all's beefs. Do you understand
Well,
that?
that's
It's
what they do.
common.
That's what they do. They follow people from chat room to chat room, trying to involve strangers in their bullshit. That's all this is. Trying to involve strangers who have nothing to do with any of it. And Charlie watches my live streams. She watches my streams. She goes into the same chat rooms I go into. She knows exactly what's going on in my neck of the woods, unlike you clowns.
I watch everybody. I support everybody. How the hell is that my problem?
I don't know.
It ain't.
You're not allowed to
beef
be
that
like
y'all
a good
have
person.
ain't got shit to do with me.
You're not allowed to be a good person, Charlie. That's the thing. You're not allowed to be like a decent, normal, good person. You have to be a scumbag like them, or they're not happy. If you're not bullying someone to death, they're not happy. And I'm sorry, I'm not down with bullying someone to the point where they want to kill themselves. I'm not okay with that. Or your guys' little motto, right? What's your motto? Cage your grave? Isn't that your motto? Just tell the truth. For once, tell the goddamn truth. For once, tell the truth. But no, I know you can't. I know.
So,
you can't.
Miss Watcher, locale is a derogatory slang term used to describe an individual who is deemed highly exploitable and therefore susceptible to trolling and flaming due to their display of gullible behavior online. The term is premoto of LOL and cal. Locale is used to describe people who post a constant flow of cringeworthy content. Basically, it means that you're laughing at the person or something like that.
Yeah. Be somebody like Boogie223, Keemstar, people like that, normally.
Hold on, let me say this. Let me say this right quick. If y'all hadn't have come in here talking about anything, it wasn't even being spoken about at that time. Do you understand that? Our conversation y'all brought that up. Y'all brought that in here. That was not even being spoken about. We were talking about a topic of mob conversation about people and women in that environment. We were talking about cooking and different things like that. Had nothing to do with any of y'all's beef. None of it.
Nope.
It was not even brought in here until it was brought in here. You understand? It wouldn't be spoke about in my chat or on my platform at all. At all, for no reason.
So in other words, I'm not the problem. Y'all are the problem. And to put it simply.
And that is their stuff. That has nothing to do with it here.
Yeah,
I will tell you all one simple thing. I did not say that Bambi is innocent in anything, and she knows that. But my channel has nothing to do with y'all shit. We were talking about something total different. Why bring it in here if you don't want the back and forth? Why bring it in here and then act like somebody else is the problem? There's no reason for all this. Y'all can go do this somewhere else. Literally talking about
right?
Off the wall subjects.
Yeah, if you're talking about normal stuff.
Hey, hotspot love. You can't be guilty by association when you're not actually adding to and or hurting or bothering others. Do you not understand that? Go ahead and make fun of me. I don't care. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I really don't know what
You realize
they're trying to
when you're dragging
accomplish.
me in this shit, you're doing all this shit. I'm not paying attention. I have a real life and other things that I have to do. I come on here
Yep.
to talk to people, have a good day. I don't understand why y'all decide to do this stuff on my platform. She's not doxed any children while she's been up here. She's not said anything to anybody while up here. We were talking about quite literal off the wall subjects. Now, if she had started talking shit about you, then I could understand.
Nope. Because I don't really care about them. See, the issue is they're obsessed with me, not the other way around. I don't need to go into other chat rooms and talk about a bunch of nobodies that I don't know, don't care about, never will meet, and don't have any interaction with.
If y'all have a problem with her stopping, why don't y'all all just do a ceasefire?
Or why don't they go to their own chat rooms and bitch and complain? That would be an even easier
Actually,
solution.
I wouldn't have a problem. Here's the thing. I don't care who platforms who. As long as you're not bothering anybody, I don't care.
Yeah, post the panels. Post them. Post the links to the panels because I'd like to see these panels that I was supposedly on. Because I'm pretty sure I know what I was doing this weekend and it wasn't on YouTube panel hopping. Sorry. Sorry to
And
burst
I
your
like
bubble.
Mr. MRE, and Mr. MRE and Bambi don't like each other, but neither one of them expect me to choose a side. They don't
Nope.
expect me to get in between their stuff that they have going on. It has nothing to do with me. I love
not your
Mr.
business.
MRE and I like Miss Bambi, and I stay out of their shit. That is their beef. It has nothing to do with me. I don't add myself into it. I don't subtract myself from it. I don't bother people. What part of that do you not understand? It's common sense. If two people don't like each other, you stay out of that shit.
Pretty much. I don't involve others in my bullshit. Like my issues with people are my issues. It's not anybody else's business. It's not anybody else's place to get involved. It's between me and that person. I don't know who the predator is you support. I have no idea what that's about. No idea.
Mr. Maddie, I didn't ever let nobody ever be called a chomo on my panel. Somebody said that in chat, but no, I never would let that go down. Ever. I would never let nobody talk bad about Mr. MRE on my panel. Same with many others. Same, no. I wouldn't let that be that's just me. No.
I'm not on panel to talk about people.
I would have stopped that right away. It's just people came in here, Mr. Maddie, and they just started off the wall stuff, and wasn't even talking about that. We were talking about like the women who are in like the cartels and how crazy they are. We were talking about cooking. We were talking about different things, and then all of a sudden they just started coming here with all kind of stuff, and I have no idea why they even started doing this in the first place. Because just because she's up on my panel, you know what I'm saying, doesn't mean that I agree with every damn thing she does. Do you understand that? Just like she don't agree with everything I do. We're adults. We can do that. We can agree to disagree on things.
Yep, exactly. It's called being an adult. Crazy purple Kirby lady, I suggest you go seek professional help because you seem really delusional. You are like spewing some really delusional shit. You should probably go get checked out because it's kind of bordering on scary that you actually believe that. That's scary.
I don't know why in the world people making it about you, Miss Baby, when this panel and this channel
I
had
don't know.
nothing to do with it.
I have no idea. We were talking about like STDs and like mental health and Zelda Blanco.
Yeah. And the other crazy lady who was doing stuff to the what's her sister Ping.
I don't want to
Ping.
say their name on the panel, but what Buster is saying, I thought that person had an active warrant. I was told they have an active warrant. That person that he mentioned.
Mm. Good morning, Miss Twin Mama. Did I say good morning to you and Mr. Bush? I know I did, but also good morning, Mr. Maddie. I didn't get to say good morning to you. I don't think I did. I may have, but you know my ADHD. She was not talking ish up here,
Yeah,
Tina
what
Bay.
shit
Oh,
was I
hold on.
talking?
She wasn't saying nothing about none of that until people came in here and started. Do you understand that? We were talking about freaking food. Food.
Yeah. Chicken
Until
wings,
other people
potatoes.
brought it
Yep.
into my chat for no reason. There was absolutely no reason to come over here and do that when y'all could do that somewhere else. That is all I have literally asked, is to be respected. That's it. That's 2.5 seconds. If you don't like the content, don't watch. Go watch something else. I know that what a locale is, and I know y'all like to make fun of Bambi, but y'all could have stayed on my topic. It wasn't that hard to do. We were talking about food. You could have said what your favorite food is. Nobody would be talking about nobody if people didn't want to back and forth. Y'all come in here talking Chico talk. Y'all talk, y'all too. She talk. That's y'all. I ain't got shit to do with it. I ain't getting in it. I'm like Bennett, and I ain't in this motherfucking shit. I don't know what the fuck y'all got going on. I don't know what beef y'all had for how many years. I wasn't there, so I don't know.
Not involving you. Nope.
Whew, it's been crazy, Miss Maddie. It's been crazy. We were just talking about food.
Yeah, nobody's dissing anybody on panel. No one's talking shit. No one's. So I'm sorry you were sadly misinformed.
I do not add
There's
myself
nothing
when they have
popping
those
off.
streams. They do their thing. That still has nothing to do with me. Do you are you dense? I'm just asking. Did you lose your fucking marbles? Because I watch everybody, and a lot of people that I like don't like each other. And guess what I do? I stay the fuck out of it.
It's the best thing to do. Pretty much.
I say hey to everybody. Then I be in the chat talking about cake. You can ask anybody. What's my chat mostly about? Food and cake.
Food and cake,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd
We
be
were
like,
talking
who's
about cake
cooking
last
tonight?
week.
Yeah, I just love cake.
Yeah.
No. You can support a lot of people and not agree with what the fuck they do or say. Now y'all are just trying to blame people because you want to.
Yep.
Because you just have nothing better in your life to fucking do. Now you're pissing me off. Now I see what she's saying. Because here's the thing. I was going to stay. I'm saying completely out of it, but here's the thing. Do y'all go to y'all's chats? Do I bother y'all?
Nope. Neither do I. I don't go to their chats either. I don't go and bother them. Nope.
Today's live had nothing to do with none of this bullshit. At all. I don't encourage anybody to do a damn thing. They choose what the fuck they want to do because they grown ass adults, just like you're choosing to do what the fuck you want to do because you're a grown ass adult. Am I telling you what to do? No. I just ask y'all to stay on my topic as well. Yeah, we were talking about the cartel women.
Yep, women of the mob, powerful women. Sister Ping, head snakehead, mother of all snakeheads.
You know, if y'all really want to do something, there's some really bad. I just want to put this disclaimer out there. There's some really worse people out here that you could really be going after. Like, I'm serious, really, really just terrible motherfuckers and really make their life a living hell. Like, really bad people. There's a lot of them. And also, did you not know that all this situation y'all saying all that, Mustard Squirrel comes in my chat all the time and has conversations with me all the time and stays on topic all the time. All these people that y'all be saying is all this and that and other, they be in here and we be chilling. Because they understand I don't get in nobody else's beefs. I don't come between their shit. And I don't ask nobody else to do that for me. I don't ask nobody else to get in my beef or in my problems.
Well, here's the thing with that, Bamboo, is if you're going to call my phone and leave a nasty voicemail, you get what's coming to you, especially when the voicemail, I can trace it to your name and address. That's what happens. Don't call strangers on the phone and leave nasty voicemails, and I won't out you. That's simple. Don't play around on the fucking phone when I can trace you. It's that simple.
I don't
You
know how
people
many
want to,
times
you
I
guys
have
want to
to
play these
say,
little games. You want to call people. You want to call jobs. You want to call people's phones. You want to make death threats like threatening Chris Trock's child. And then you want to cry when it's being done right back to you. Like I told you guys, don't cry. You started this. You wanted to play this fucking game. I don't want to hear no crying. And that's all you've been doing all morning is sit up in here crying. But you don't want to talk about the stuff you do ya? You don't want to talk about it. Why not? You're just getting back at you what you've given out for the past 3 years.
I just want to say
What's up,
this.
Paula?
I don't get into
Good
other
morning.
people's beefs because it has nothing to do with me. I don't know why they're fighting in the first place. I have no idea who started with who, what's going on with who. So I don't get in the middle of no one's beefs. That is not, I'm not going to say this again. If you don't get it, I know how to tell you any different. That's between y'all. Y'all got a problem. Y'all got a problem with each other. I don't know how it started. I don't know how it ended. I don't know the middle of it. And I ain't getting in the middle of it. I'm staying out of y'all's beefs. I do not choose sides like that. I don't get in the middle of shit. I stay the fuck out of it.
Yep. Well, that's what most adults would do. Most people would stay out of it, especially when they don't know anything about it. That's what normal people do.
Hello,
But
Miss
we're not
Charlie.
dealing
Good
with normal
morning.
people. These aren't normal people, Charlie. That's the problem, is these aren't normal people. You're dealing
Hey,
with
Miss
a group of
Harlow.
people that their whole life is to harass Square. That's their whole life, is to harass Square. 24/7, calling his house, trying to get him to K himself. I've watched it for 3 years, and I finally started saying something about it. Like, nah, you guys are wrong. It is wrong what you do. And I don't care who you are. It is wrong. I don't care if it's Square. I don't care if you're doing it to Charlie. I don't care who you're doing it to. It's wrong. It is fucking wrong. When you're trying to encourage a person to K themselves, that is wrong.
I had to come in
It
here
is
and get
wrong.
attention. That's funny because you're the one that keeps giving it to me. See, I don't do anything, okay? Me and Bambi, we mind our own business. You people come to our channel, our chat, and our friends' chats, and you start shit over there. And then when you get it back, then you cry victim. And
Yep.
calling me a doxer, that's real funny. I want you to tell me, purple bitch, who did I dox? You ain't gonna come in here and talk about me and freaking lie on me and fucking like you do Square. No, you people want to try to push him till he freaking K's himself. And I'm sorry, it's just not gonna happen. If y'all don't have no freaking balls, just say that shit. But I stand up for what's right.
I mean, let's be real here. I've been watching you guys make victim noises for the past over an hour now. Over an hour. I've watched you guys sit in the chat room make victim noises. Well, I've sat here and talked to Charlie about everything under the sun. I've sat here and read your little victim noises. Quit crying. Because if you think I give a shit, I don't. You think Harlow cares, she doesn't. And I'm pretty sure at this point, Charlie doesn't care either.
No, I don't care. And there ain't a damn thing y'all can try to do to me that can hurt me unless, like I said before, y'all are Jesus and you can bring my loved ones back and slit their throat in front of me. That's it. But you
Now,
can't do that.
Should we talk about how Mustard Squirrel put up Harlow's dead husband's obituary just a couple days ago? Should we talk about that?
Crazy, who did I dox? Who did I dox? Why you sit on panel with the son of a bitch that tries to beat women? Oh, I'm sorry. He didn't just beat women. He beat 3 women. He's a woman beating piece of shit that you support and talk shit about me. But yet you know nothing about me, lady. So you need to take 2 seats.
Yep. 3-time woman abuser. 3-time convicted DV. Y'all protect somebody that beats women. You also protect people who have been arrested for distributing methamphetamine. Should we talk about that? Because you guys forget, I know all your little dirty secrets. Each and every one of you. I know your little dirty secrets. And believe me, looking at the filth between me and you, I look like Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa compared to some of you. And you have
This
the balls.
is what these clown ass bitches do. Okay, what they do is they're trying to run their same game on me and Bambi as they ran on Square for 3 years. So what they do is they look and watch who we follow, who we support. Then they go over there, flood their chat, and try to friend troll, buddy troll, and then they quote unquote warn you about the terrible people that we are and all this bad stuff that we do. And then of course it's all baloney because where's the proof? Where's the proof that I've ever done anything bad to anybody?
Well, you remember Charlie did this a couple months back when Square came on her panel?
Mm-hmm.
They flooded her chat room.
And they flooded her chat room.
Twice. Because I remember I typed in the chat room, I go, why are you disrespecting her chat? Why are you doing this?
Oh, we doxed 200 people last week?
Oh,
Crazy. Please tell me who they were. Who did I dox last week? Who did I dox? 200 people. Who did I dox, crazy? Or have you been hitting the bottle already this morning?
Damn, 200 people. That's a lot of people.
I'm quite tired. Can you please pass me a bottle of water?
Damn.
Also, 200 they're talking about how I'm letting y'all talk. I'm letting them talk too.
Damn, so Charlie, 200 people.
Oh my God.
I'm too lazy to type out 200 addresses. I'm too fucking lazy. I'll just say that right now. I'm too goddamn lazy.
The lives are out there. Show me on my live where I doxed.
Yeah, where's these lives?
Tell me one person I doxed, crazy. Tell me one person I doxed.
Yeah, one person. Was saying that. Did you know that I was panel hopping all weekend? Did you know that? Funny,
Jesus
I was barely on YouTube all week.
All weekend you panel hopped?
Barely. I panel hopped all weekend and was talking major shit. I've no idea what panels these are, but whatever. Panel hopping. Yeah. You guys like to come up with some fucking fictional stories, man.
Well, I mean, she keeps talking, but she's not dropping any names, so I don't know what she's talking about.
What drugs are these people on? Shit. I'm telling you, I wish. I wish I lived in the reality, the like little fantasy world these people live in. I wish, but no, unfortunately, I live in reality. Yeah.
It was sniped by 5 communities, yet she can't drop me one name that I doxed. Why is it
Yeah.
okay? And I'm not saying that, whatever. I never doxed anybody, but let me ask you something crazy. Why is it okay for your community to dox people, but when somebody else does it, it's a problem?
Yeah. That's a damn
Why
good
is it
question.
okay
Why is it okay
for
for you
Skin
guys to,
Tag Stevie to call Bambi all weekend and threaten her and freaking and
yeah.
harass her all weekend long? Moses Heaps
Yep.
called Bambi all weekend.
Yeah. Why, why is that okay?
Why is
Why is
that
that
okay?
okay? You motherfuckers act like I can't make phone calls too. You act like I don't have a telephone.
Who did I
Only difference
slander,
is
crazy? Who did I slander? Now you're saying slandering. So is it doxing or slandering? Pick one. Pick a
yeah, I
struggle,
don't
honey.
think the
The
problem is
snipes
these
are
people
all up.
don't know
Well,
what
if the
slander
snipes
is.
are up, then you should be able to give me one name that I doxed.
Yeah, I'm lying, yet I was able to trace his number and get his name.
Bambi,
Mr.
Bambi, should we
yeah.
play that voicemail today on my live since they're saying prove it, play
Sure.
the voicemail? Okay, we'll sure do
Let's
that.
do it.
Let's
Sure.
do it.
Yep. And if he keeps calling my phone, his name, address,
Who
and the voicemail
tried
is
to
going right
dox
to my phone.
Moses Heaps? Okay, first of all, fuck Moses Heaps because he likes
I'll
to.
dox him
He
24/7.
likes to. Yeah, we're gonna.
I'll dox
Yeah, she.
him
Bambi
the fuck I want. You
doxed
shouldn't have
him,
called my
not
phone.
me. Okay,
You should have
but
called
he's harassing Bambi.
my phone. That was his fault.
So nobody
You don't wanna be
tried to. Y'all slandered. Now she's saying we slandered
that
200
fucking dumb.
people. Slandered. Who did we slander? If it's over 200, you can give me a name of who I slandered. Who did I slander? Who did Harlow slander?
Yeah, name.
Because slandering means it's not correct.
Well,
And in
an
the
opinion
eyes
is
of
not
what I
slander.
believe, everything I said was true. So show me.
Well, an opinion is not slander. People get opinions and slander confused all the time.
I mean, you
Opinions are not
slandered me,
slander.
crazy. You went around talking about how I'm a whore, and I guarantee you've had more
Yeah.
dick this year than I have, bitch. So there's that.
Yeah. Yeah. Problem is that the people I've attacked are not innocent. I wouldn't have attacked them in the first place if they hadn't done the stupid shit they
I
did.
didn't have a
That's what it
doxathon,
all
so
boils
show me
down
where
to.
it's at. See, you can't prove nothing. You can't drop me one name of who I doxed. I never had a doxathon on my channel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know everybody's a liar, but you guys. I know everybody. Everybody's lying,
And
but
the
you
people
guys.
that freaking Bambi name dropped, those people are people that are harassing her, threatening my life, threatening her life, threatening the life of Chris Trock, threatening his child, constantly freaking harassing every single one of them. Then we have a woman in here that likes to have a show where she acts like me and makes fun of me losing my husband to death. How disgusting is that, Becky?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And speaking of which, Mustard Squirrel posted my dead husband's picture the other day.
Yeah.
Let's not forget
Why
that.
is that okay?
And then he wants to cry. He wants to cry about what I do back to him. Tough shit, bitch. Cry
So
away.
he wants to harass women, put up pictures of dead relatives, and then people do it to him, and now he's a victim.
I haven't even begun to post his dead relatives yet. I haven't even begun. I've only started, Harlow. I've only started. Because I really don't give a shit. They want to post
do
pictures,
exactly
so
what you got to do. Do exactly what you got to do,
I'll
baby.
post pictures. They want to post shit, I'll post shit. That's how this is going to
Exactly.
work from here on out. That's how this works from here on out. You want to post shit,
And
I'll
why
post
is
shit.
it that all these people in here, why do they all have drug charges? All of you people got drug charges, freaking DUIs, meth heads, freaking DV charges. Like, what is wrong with you people?
Well, I mean, what do you expect? I mean, look at their behavior on the internet. You expect it to be any different off of YouTube?
I tell you what, Becky G, I pray to God that you never lose anybody like I did. I pray that you never have to go through that because you don't have the character to go through it.
No shit.
You don't have the heart nor the character to ever go through something like that.
Most of
I'm
these
sorry,
people
who
would
did
have
I
often
slander? Who
no
did I slander?
seriously.
I Spy? That's not slander. When it's in black and white, you stupid motherfucker, it's not slander. So there you go. Did I say names when I said charges? I mean, why are you getting upset? I mean, if the shoe fits, wear it. If it don't, shut the fuck up.
Now, I know that goes to shows you have tried to talk to Miss Bambi before. The only thing about that was I know y'all had something
Nope.
legal.
Nope,
Miss
I
Bambi.
cannot. I've got to get down anyways. I've been on
Oh,
with you for like 3 hours. I've got to get some shit done, so
Yeah,
I've got
I
to get
will
off
not sit up
anyways.
here with that freaking nasty person. He threatened my life. He threatened the life of freaking Chris Trock's child. He's a psychotic weirdo.
that's the only time I will ask is if it's something that has to do with legal. If I know y'all
It
have
has to
something
do with
legal.
legal shit on my end. Legal on my end, 100%. In fact, I just talked to the detective today, so yeah, still ongoing.
Well, thank you for
Until he's
coming
in
up.
jail, it's going to be ongoing. So thank you for having me, and I'm so sorry that our conversation got sidetracked because I was enjoying the conversation, talking about the subject we were talking about. And I will talk to you again, Chicky. Have a good rest of your stream. Harlow, I will talk to you this afternoon.
Yep, I'll see you on our live.
Huggies.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye bye.
See you later.
My link is pinned if any of you would like to combat what was said here today. If you have something to say, you can say it. With that situation, the only reason ghost shows that I ask for that is because when it has to do with something legal, I don't like doing that. But as far as in like, if you got something to say, the only time I'll put up a banner is if it's like somebody I don't know, because I don't know, like I've never seen you on my panel before, right? So I don't know if it's a P-bomb situation or something like that. But if you have something to say it. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let me make sure. I think you have come up here before. Yes. Hey, Mr. Ghost.
Good at. What's up, Charlie?
I think I've allowed you up here before, haven't I?
Yes, you have. I've been
Yeah,
up
yeah.
here. I don't know how many times actually, but Harlow did just fabricate a lie just now. I've never threatened her life. I've never threatened a kid on here. I'm sure the whole chat would vouch for that. No, I've never made a threat. I've always just caused harmless frustration in others and trolled them. Just harmless trolling. I've
Oh,
never.
I know you've trolled me a little. It was okay though.
Yeah. I've never did these things these people are saying. Harlow needs to be careful with that. That is slander. I've never done any of those things.
Yeah, I try to stay out of all y'all's situations. I have no idea what. Like, you gotta think. I don't know what's going on. I have no fucking clue. And so I don't want to get involved with it. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just nice to everybody. I try to be as nice to everybody as I possibly can. And it has, in my opinion, it's not like I don't want to add myself to it. I'm not, a part of it. Whoever's fighting with each other, let them fight. You know what I'm saying? It's their shit.
Well, yeah. Well, this is the thing. When you got people on panel and they choose to fight their enemies, what do you think's going to happen? People are going to retaliate. So you can't really shun those who retaliate when the person you're sitting next to, led the charge. They did the initial attack.
The
So,
only
but I
thing,
do appreciate you giving, the opposition a voice at least. That's something most don't do. I don't see that a whole lot.
well, if you notice, I try to be as equal as possible. I'm not that type of person. The only reason that it really bothered me the first day and all this is because my chat really has nothing to do with that. We were just talking about food and fun, and it, I just feel like y'all should fight in your own lanes, like where y'all go, or y'all fight each other,
Right. And
Because
Charlie,
I'm
you
an
deserve
innocent third party,
but look, Charlie, you do deserve to know some of the truth. Like Bambi was just saying, there's an ongoing investigation or litigation. None of that's true. I've talked with her detective Michelson, as she calls him. He's just like one of the only cops there. But no, they are tired of Bambi and her crying wolf. That she has wasted a lot of their time and resources crying about strangers on the internet, essentially. Like, she has no ongoing case. She does not work with them doing forensics, especially not with the Department of Criminal Investigation. She's a felon. So there's just a lot of anomalies in those stories, and you have to understand people are going to address it in chat when they hear an anomaly and say, hey, this doesn't sound right. I'm going to speak up. I'm going to say something. That's not starting shit. That's just like, hey, this is an observation we made. Like, what's going on here? Why is this lady saying this?
Yeah, it's what I'm saying about myself is like I'm an innocent third party, right? I'm just doing my little lives, just chilling. And just because I have someone doesn't like on and they're not speaking about the situation, right? They're speaking about something else, totally different. I should not
Right.
have to be involved in that. If I allowed them to, or anybody for that matter, whether it be you or anybody, just come up here and randomly for no reason do that stuff, it would be different.
Harlow also has another misconception. She thinks we are the workyverse, but I can count maybe 2 or 3 people in here that are actually workyverse. The rest are oppositions to the workyverse. We are a whole another faction. She needs to understand that too. But that's okay. You could keep blaming them. We don't care. But she's clueless. She is clueless. She says, we she likes the attention, but at the end of the day, we like giving it to her. I mean, it's a symbiotic relationship. Do you see how this works, Charlie? Like, we're all getting what we want, but the person who seems to be the most unhappy is Harlow.
Yeah, I mean, y'all's fight and y'all's situation. Like you noticed when they were up here and they were talking, I was quiet, wasn't I?
Watcher of Crazy, the Workyverse was a community that was formed by the Durkyverse and Creek Squad to troll Squareworks Media, and a lot of them just pretty much fell off the fucking map. It's dead if you think about it, but there's a chance to revive it. There's a chance to, because Square, we're seeing a lot more activity out of Square now that he has Mommy Harlow to give him a little safe place to go moo on, and the Workyverse is enjoying it. Hell, I'm enjoying it. I love seeing Square rage about trolls. I love seeing Harlow rage about trolls. To me, it's entertainment. Like, you don't come up with any jokes, Harlow. You are the joke. You are the entertainment. You're the clown, not the comedian.
I just myself like to talk about foods. That's like I have no idea what's going on between all y'all and what has happened over the years. Um, and I really don't pay attention when people are beefing. I stay the fuck out of it.
Well, I'm surprised by that because earlier you were saying you watch it all, but you stay out of it.
I might be in chat saying hello to others or talking about food, but I'm not adding to or subtracting to. I'm not in there. I'm not going, yeah, this person's a POS. I don't know that person. How the hell am I going to call them a POS when I don't know them?
Right, right. Well, you should totally get to know him. I don't think it's going to take long. Really, just watch a Harlow stream. It's nothing but crying about trolls on the internet. That's all they do. I mean, she calls it clapping back, but really, she's just making a fool out of herself, and we're all just laughing our asses off. I mean, you could join us sometime, Charlie. It's a good time. Like, they're hysterical, really.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about taking a fat Mexican chick to lunch? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. Like, what the? Sometimes the chats. No, I myself, I don't really go around trying to bother people. I just sit in my own little lane. I support a lot of different people. Like, not just that, I support a lot of people. When I say a lot, it goes from like 50 different places. Like,
Right.
yeah, I'm not just in one little area of YouTube. I try to support a lot of people. When we come over here and we talk about, like, this morning, the reason I got on the women of the mob is because I was sitting there looking, I was like, oh snap, because all I heard about is Griselda Blanco. And then I was like looking into it, there's way more. And I'm like, whoa. And I didn't know that was a thing. And then we were talking about dogs and cats and food. And that's normally what I do on my channel. It's just, we just have conversations. It can go anywhere. Just like the situation.
Right. You know, the thing is, though, Charlie, I struggle with small talk, and I think a lot of people in this chat do as well. We do it enough in our daily lives. We're wanting something more exhilarating, something more exciting, and I think that's the purpose of a troll. They make things exciting. They take us out of our comfort zones. You know, they create the conflict that's needed, and they exist. The reality is, trolls exist. Now, whether how you deal with them is up to you. You know, Harlow, Bambi, and Square, they don't deal with them well. In fact, they deal with trolls in the most unhealthy and unproductive ways I've ever seen a person deal with a troll. And that's a fact. And that's why we keep coming back. And that's why we keep laughing. This is our entertainment. You know, Harlow, she hasn't figured that out yet, but I think sooner or later she will. And maybe she's going to try what Square did and try to ignore us, try logging off, try quitting. But every time he's tried, they always come back because they're glued to it. You know, they love this conflict. They love the drama. And it's a back and forth. I truly enjoy it too, Charlie. You know?
I myself, I've had some really great trolls in the past, some amazing ones that just make you bust a gut laughing. I had one come in here that says, I'm not a troll page, and literally had a picture of a troll. And it was the cutest, funniest shit. No, hey, Mr. Mustard Squirrel. They didn't believe that you've been in here multiple times. In fact, he had a membership at one time because somebody gifted it, because I have people who gift memberships. And you know, a lot of people come in my chats who don't like each other. They just respect me enough not to fight in the chat. You know, that's pretty much it.
Exactly what Becky says. If they didn't enjoy it, you'd think you'd move on, do something else. But no, they love it. They absolutely love this shit. And so do I. And there's a reason why you're never going to get any sort of like legal consequences for trolling, is because it's really not a crime. I mean, your police departments, your FBI, whoever, they're going to tell you, have you tried ignoring it? Have you tried moving on? That's the first step when it comes to dealing with trolls. And they can't even do that. They can't.
Most of the time I ignore it. If you notice, even when you were trying to troll me, what did I do?
You didn't say a damn thing, but your panel hostess sure did. She was like, oh my God, you got a nasty little troll in here.
Yeah, she don't deal with that kindly. You know, she's from the beefing sector. She's like, who the hell you got coming to my damn chat?
But you know, I was trying to get a reaction. You didn't give it to me. I gave up on you. I was like, okay, this lady obviously ain't gonna take the bait. Harlow, Square will. You know, that's why we continue on with them guys. It's not an obsession. It's just entertainment. I mean, they are online 24/7, Charlie. Like, they don't have jobs. They don't have lives. This right here is their life. They are the ones obsessed. This, to them, is their life. To us, this is a game. And that's how we're playing it.
I will say you are right in the fact if you ignore it enough, it does. Like, eventually they get bored with you because you're not fun. You're no fun. And I learned this a long time ago from a little a place called You Now, if y'all ever been over there. Usually after like a couple of times of trolling, and if you're no fun, you're not entertainment, most trolls are going to move on to somebody who will give them that entertainment value. They want that. They, I have had some trolls. I had some kids come in trolling, some of the young ones who go too far, if that makes sense. And I made them apologize for their behavior.
Right. That's funny. But Charlie, just try not to entertain, them so much. Not the trolls. I'm more talking about Harlow and Square. Don't entertain them too much, and things will be fine for you. Really, don't fight their battles. Don't do any of that. But giving them a platform is nice. We truly enjoy that. That's why we're all here. Is like because no one's getting blocked. You're giving everyone the freedom of speech, and that was actually fun. So probably the best stream that's going to happen all day. It's been pretty fucking boring lately.
Well, sometimes if there's two people beefing, you just let them both say their side, right? And a lot of times after they've said their side, people get it out, and sometimes you have to let that happen, regardless if it's no matter what's going on. So I I try to be as fair to everyone as I possibly can be. There are certain things that there are probably some people got blocked for. If you said any real names in chat, there's a reason why. It's because it's against guidelines, and I do keep my channel within guidelines. It's not nothing personal. It's just following YouTube's guidelines.
Yeah. Well, I just suggest try not to get in the crossfire, if you know what I mean.
I don't try to get in none of y'all's beefs. If I come to anybody's channels, I'm just there to support, say hey to everybody, and then I might move on to the very next chat because I'll be in like 16 different chats at one time. A lot of people don't know that because I support so many different people from so many different genres of YouTube. Like,
right, trying to show support to gain support. I get that.
Yeah, I do that all over the place. I'm pretty much everywhere, not just one place. I try to be everywhere at once. Sometimes I'm only one person, and I have a real life too.
Well, there you have it. Anyhow, Charlie, I'm gonna take off. Thanks for letting me up, and sorry you had to deal with Harlow there. She can be wild. She lets her emotions get the best of her, but that's what we're here for. We love it. Anyhow, I'll see you later.
All right, you have a good one. Whew. Well, I am a little drained this morning. Tired. I need a nap. I don't know about y'all, but I like my naps early in the morning. I'm like, I got to cook first, probably, and then nap. But I'm finding the older I get, the more that I'm into naps. Thank you for being here. But I done got to where I'm when we was kids, we'd fight naps. We were like, I don't want no nap. Don't give me no nap. Now when we older, if we can get a nap, it's one of the best things in the universe. Like, naps are awesome. Sometimes I need naps. Hey, don't even talk about that, Watcher. I only got like a few years before 40. Shoot, 3 a day? Shoot, let me take 3 naps a day. Shoot, I'd be happy to take 3. But see, my ADHD says that I can't take no nap. So I'll try to nap and I'll lay there. Like, Watcher, sometimes when you're doing your ride-alongs, I'll be laying there trying to nap and I'll be watching you. And then see what had happened was, in retrospect, my ADHD said, hell no, bitch, you ain't taking no nap. That's what it said to me. I'll be laying there trying, and then it goes, nope, not today, Satan. Oh my God, happy early birthday, Cut and Shoot. And a big fat, oh. I better pay attention while you drive, because oh man, the other day, dog, while you was driving, Miss Watcher, and that damn lightning was popping everywhere and that rain, I was scared. I was clenching my butt cheeks, and I wasn't even the one that was in the driver's seat. I was clenching my butt cheeks. I was going, oh, hell no, I hate lightning. I ain't messing with lightning. Me and lightning don't play together. I was up on a bridge in New York, up high in the air, when that stuff was popping off one day, and I'm gonna tell you, thank you, love. Yeah, sometimes you gotta just deal, you know. But I was clenching my butt cheeks. Your brake foot gets a it gets a cramp watching. Yeah, I'm telling you, them dang crazy ass Texas, they just be driving all over the place. I'm telling you, woo, be scary. You know us Southerners, and I see this in gangsta sauce too, Arkansas. We be fast as hell when we drive. Like nobody goes the speed limit. Have y'all noticed that down south versus up north? Up yeah, down here, they do not be following the speed limit. Going 60 and a 50 or a 40. They be 70 on the freeway going 100. I'm telling you, down south, they crazy. Southerners drive. They always saying that, you know, we slow about the way we talk and all that stuff. No, man. Some Southerners be fast as hell even when they talk and when they drive. Uh-oh, be safe out there, Miss Honey, mowing your grass. Oh, that's the reason you stay on the back roads, because you have to drive slower. True, fumble. Hey, my honey. Oh, honey, honey, you are my candy girl. I'm sorry, but every time I see your name, it's either that one or the song, An American Honey. Oh, now I'm going to tell you some of these curvy roads that'll really get you, especially if you got a truck or a top heavy like a SUV. You can't go fast. You want to, but you can't. You know you be done had a wreck. So you got to slow down. You don't have a choice. I want a nap though, and I'm hungry, and I gotta, you know. Well, you know what really grinds my gears? I don't know why every time when you said that, Buster, I don't know why it made me think of Peter Griffin. You know what really grinds my gears? What really grinds my gears is I really want a nap. And I know I'm not going to be able to take one. So I'm just going to lay here like an idiot and try to sleep and just be like, I want to get some sleep. Buster really grinds your gears. Does he grind them good, though? That is the question of the hour. Does he grind them real good? Does he grind them so good it makes you go, ooh? Who? Okay, here's my question. Who is having the good food today? Who do I need to go get a plate from? Like, I really, really, really am hungry right now, and I'm thinking about all the different foods. Let me, because I've never seen you, I'm gonna put up a banner right quick, just because I've never seen you. Okay. Hi.
Hello, Dumb
Hi.
Genius. Dumb Genius here. How you doing, Troy?
Your sound. Something's wrong with your sound.
All right, give me 1 second.
Okay. You are my candy girl. I don't know why that song is going through my head, but it really is. It's because of American Honey. I know that's what it is. Hey, Mr. Dumb Genius.
Dumb Genius. Can you hear me now?
Dumb.
A little better?
Yes, yes, I can hear you way better. It was like really bad staticky a while ago.
Yes, ma'am. I'm one of the only black guys, out here in the community. Uh, I'm over there at the sector where a few year earlier panel guests came from. Over there where Ghost of Shadows came from, and Harlow and Old Bambi. And
Yes.
I'm just another victim of all that.
What happened to you? Oh, your sound went out.
Hear me now.
Okay, there you are. Yeah, there you are.
All right. Yeah, they attacked me and pulled me into a bunch of drama. Bambi and Harlow. Um, but starting with Harlow, she has a relationship online with this guy named Chris Trock, and he used to be friends with us a long time ago. And she's been like literally uprooted him and snatched him up out of the community, and and she's been puppeteering him, and not treating him like a man. And all we do is try to tell her that to ease up, because if you ever go to her panels and watch her panels, she's telling everybody to shut up 18 times. Hold on, she has to be heard. She wears all the makeup. She does all this get up for the attention, Charlie. And I just wanted to come up here and testify towards that and let you know that you know all the gold is all that glitter is not gold. And she's just a nasty individual. She's cursed out and said all types of things. Every other word is a bitch and all this kind of stuff. She's really a nasty individual. And as far as Bambi, Bambi damn near killed another guy. He came into her house, moved in with her looking for love, and he left with all types of craziness. Okay, so I just wanted to give you a heads up about these people that's coming around, and they're painting a narrative and painting a fake picture of they're upright citizens around here in these streets. But no, these people are heinous. Um, and I'm testifying today to you, letting you know that they've done a lot of wrong, and they have slandered a lot of people, and they have teamed up with this guy named Square just for the attention. They know that Square, they were all beefing at one point in time, and they all hated each other, but now they all came together because they use Square and Square uses them. And the guy Ghost of Shadows that just stepped down, he's done some heinous shit too. He's selling like bags of dog shit and people in front of people's doors, and solicited all types of weird things and threatened people, and also tried to put down a horse. So yeah, he called a veterinarian and ordered a hit out on the horse and stuff, man. And so I just came to give a little bit of clarity, a little bit of truth on these people. And you should come check us out sometime with the Gene team. And we stand up against these bullies. So I don't mean to come up here and change the subject. I know you like talking about food and stuff, but I just had to come tell you.
Somebody else is trying to come. I gotta see who this is.
And I'm on
Oh,
my lunch break.
well, I hope you have a good day at work. Hey, GM.
Hey, what's up? Hey, it's dumb genius.
Oh
Oh, hi.
Lord, this is JM. He's another treacherous fiend.
Yeah, I'm a treacherous fiend.
Go ahead, JM.
Tell him how I'm a treacherous fiend, Gene.
This man has went to the shooting range, printed out a picture of me because I'm the only black man in this community. Well, with me and Books for
Only
Moses
one.
here. He went to it's me and Books for Moses, and there might be a couple others. But this guy goes to the shooting range, takes his daughter. They post up the picture of the black man he printed out on his printer, and he puts it up at his gun range in his backyard, and kindly releases shots into my face, and has his daughter aiming at my face too, which was promoting violence and teaching it to the young generation. This man here is scum, and he's an ambulance driver on top of that. He should
No
be thinking
doubt.
about saving lives, but he's taking lives.
How am I taking lives?
Well, you're teaching hate. So, in other words, in the long
Teaching
run,
hate. I want to teach my daughter how to be accurate with her aim.
well, why use a picture of?
Printing out a fucking avatar is not a threat on your life.
Well, why is that? Well, why don't you use a regular target, JM? Huh?
Because I didn't have any. I had ordered them. They were
Yeah,
on the
okay.
way.
Yeah, okay, JM. It sounds good.
Well,
Charlie, I
what
just
is you
want you to
supposed
be
to shoot
aware.
at?
This guy here is orchestrated. He's part of the Workyverse. Okay, that's what the same guy that same people that Ghost of Shadows was speaking on. This guy is an ambulance. He will not answer he's an ambulance driver. He won't answer his calls because he's too busy on stream. He wants to find out the latest footage from Square, and he's passed up calls where innocent lives have been at stake, and he won't even answer the CB to go ahead and
Yeah, we don't
complete
use
his calls.
CBs. We don't use
Well,
CBs
JM,
anymore.
stop getting technical, man. You always got to break it
So
down to a science and shit.
anyway, I have a radio that's county-wide, so everything in the county comes through that radio. I know you don't understand that, but there's actually radio traffic now that's on the north end of the county, which is 30 miles away from me. And so there's really no way for me to answer those kind of calls, dumb David. It's just not possible. I'm not at work 24 hours a day.
Well, let's not
And
deflect.
that I'm not deflecting. What's deflecting about that? You're inaccurate and you're ignorant to how things work in the EMS. I'm just telling you how it works.
Well, JM, I definitely wouldn't trust you if I got injured and you
I
showed up
don't
in an
care.
ambulance. You're not going to save my life, okay? I don't trust my
I don't
life in your
care if
hands,
you trust
JM.
me.
You're nasty. JM
Well,
has done a lot of things. Okay, a friend of mine got arrested, okay? JM had a big part to play on a friend of mine getting arrested. He drove the man crazy. The man had a drinking problem. Books of Moses, everybody know him. He drove the man crazy in the last ditch effort to gain some sanity. He made a couple of phone calls. Now, people, go ahead, JM.
I drove the man crazy. I like my fro.
Do you see this afro? He's making fun of black people's nappy hair. Okay, he's downright nasty. Charlie, you getting all this? I hope you're getting this.
I grew my hair out just for you.
Well,
I have
Charlie,
no idea what's going on right now.
Charlie, are you back there laughing? Come on now.
I have no idea what the hell is going on right now. I'm like, I don't know anybody in this situation, and none of the. I don't know what y'all got going on, and I'm hearing people putting people up in things and shooting folks up, and
It's crazy, Charlie.
I'm
It's
like,
crazy.
oh my
Oh my.
god.
That's pretty good, Gene. That's a good
Let me
story.
step. Let me
Cool
step
story,
down.
bro.
Let me step down on my lunch break. JM, it's not over by far. We're still at your neck. You intergalactic ambulance driver, alien-looking motherfucker. All right, Charlie. I'm out, y'all.
You have a
Peace.
Cool
good
story.
day. Whew,
Yeah,
Jesus, what is all going on here? I don't even know who everybody is, and all these people fighting, and I don't know.
Paula. You know Paula, I'm sure.
No, I really don't. I've heard them talk about her, but I don't know her.
Oh, okay. Well, so Paula did have a hand in Books going to jail, and even though it's been swept under the rug now, and they forgot about it, all the stuff, but Paula actually took a guy to Book's house to deliver a a can of beer and a card um to Books just to try to intimidate him, I guess. Um because he was doing these Keystone Manias and all that stuff. So they took him a watermelon White Claw beer and left it in his mailbox at Paula's direction. So, and yeah, Bambi did send Books. I think mayonnaise and crackers, or no, mayonnaise and banana. I can't remember what it was now. I know she sent him stuff. At any rate,
So that's
they all
some of
play
the
innocent.
things that y'all all do over there is fuck with each other that way.
No, I don't send people shit. I mean, all I do is strictly YouTube. I don't do the sending people shit to their house, and I mean that's going a little too far, I guess.
What
Directed to what?
what is y'all's part of YouTube called? Like, do y'all have a name
Oh, it's
or?
just a workyverse. So we were sent a link to a StreamYard that Paula was operating and said, "Hey, join this stream. Join this StreamYard." And we all get in there, and everybody was told the same thing. Hey, don't give nobody this link. It's just for y'all. It's just for a couple of people to see. We get in there, and it's Paula live with Seth on a private live stream going to Book's house. We all remember. We remember it. But uh they try to change the past and say we orchestrated it, and I guess we were the masterminds behind it or some shit. I don't know. I don't know what they're saying about it. I don't really care, but somebody might still have that stream somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm the same way, Watcher. I'm lost. I have no idea what's going on, and I have no idea who anybody is and who everybody's fighting with everybody. And yeah, I'm like, this is a lot of information because I'm not in y'all's community. Obviously, I have no idea what's going on with anybody's past or who's fighting with who or who's doing what with who, who's done who to who and who and all that stuff. It's like y'all would probably feel the same if you were in my neck of the woods and you started coming around the beef sector. Y'all wouldn't know who was fighting with who, whose past was what. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing.
Oh, look at Tracy. Tracy's the one that got booted off Gene's panel about a week ago for saying the N word. And they'd been telling her, don't say it, don't do it. And she went ahead and said it anyway.
Yeah, we don't over here. We don't do hate against people of color. We don't do hate against the LGBTQIA. It is not allowed on the panel, nor versus anyone who is disabled. I also don't judge people based on their political and or religious beliefs.
Hey, to each their own.
That's just me. That's me and my personal stuff. I don't tell anybody else what to do in their life. Obviously, I cannot direct other people's lives. Everyone's grown-ups and can choose to be what kind of person they choose to be. For me, myself, and I am not that way and do not like those kind of behaviors.
Oh, he's right. I did put on an afro and say I grew my hair out for him. Yeah, it triggers him. I mean, it ain't hurting him in any way. If that's offensive, I mean, really, you kind of need to take a step back and redefine offensive. Like, if it hurts you so bad to see a white guy playing around on the internet with an afro, then yeah, I mean, I thought we'd come a little further than that.
I
But
love
some
my
people are
pagan sister, my cut and shoot. Mwah.
some people are really sensitive. Prejudice. Yeah, yeah, that's it. You're right. Sure. They've all got their issues. And regardless of what any of them say, they've all got their stuff they try to hide and keep from light, but it still comes out. It's still going to make its way out somehow or another. And I'm not saying either way. I mean, Gene had a friend that he used to do videos with. They were trying to get Ryan Upchurch's attention. I don't know if you know who Ryan Upchurch
Yeah,
is.
I
Okay.
do.
So Jut was trying to get Ryan Upchurch's attention, and Jut does have some talent. So they were doing these little like music videos, trying to do these skits and all, and they did it for a couple of years, and Upchurch just kind of ignored them. Well, something happened between Gene and Jut. Don't know. I don't know what. Like, it's never come to light really what caused the split, but they just kind of parted ways because Gene has started doing live streams with this boss lady bird, and a lot of people have some dislike for her. I may be one of them, but still, it don't matter. Like, Jut didn't care for it. Jut is a racist. I mean, he's a black dude that he just don't like white people. That's just the facts. He didn't like it when his friend, his real life friend that he's known for years, started choosing this white chick over him, I guess. I don't really know if that's the reason, but it seems obvious that that would be part of it. So Jut dropped a few videos on Gene and a diss track or two. And in one of the diss tracks, he said that Gene had a 16-year-old when he was 33 and had to pay for the abortion. So I don't know how much. I mean, there's not any proof to that. It's just an accusation from Jut against Gene. But Jut's known Gene longer than anybody here on YouTube has. I mean, they were real life friends. They live in the same area. And why he would just all of a sudden come up with that, I don't know. So everybody has their own things that they're trying to keep from light, and Gene's one of them. I mean, he went to prison for crack, and that is that's out there. There's documented proof of that, because he did a documentary after he got out of prison about flying right and blah blah blah, and he still gets on live streams talking about where's my liquor and drinking lean and whatever he does. I don't know. Damn, there's Square in the chat writing paragraphs. You talk big, Square, and we all have heard you cry like a fucking baby on live stream. But when you've got somebody that's sit behind you, you think you're big and bad, and it's just a matter of time. They're going to cut you loose. Your online digital friends, you feel big and bad while you've got some digital friends that, sit up on a panel with you. But do you have any real life friends? That's the thing. You don't. You live with your grandfather in a retirement neighborhood. The only friends you have are the old people that you manage to get to. Hey, let me take your garbage out and swap a few pills while I'm at it. Look the other way. I'm going to grab some of your medicine cabinet goodies, okay? But hey, keep talking big and bad, Square. Keep talking big and bad while you've got Bambi and Harlow to sit behind you and take up for you. I don't know why you think that means anything, but you feel, I don't know, you feel emboldened when you have somebody with you, even though they tell you to shut up constantly. Like every stream, have you not noticed how many times you get told to shut the hell up? Like, how many times does Harlow have to tell you to stop? Like, stop talking. You're overbearing. Stop talking, Square. Hush. Anyway.
Well, I know, I'm fixing to get off here in a minute. I got to go to the potty room because I got to pee like a Russian racehorse. I've been on for 3 hours and 48 minutes, and that's longer than I usually go. I usually just do 2 hours, but I was trying to let everybody get off their chest, whatever they had to get off their chest, because I realized there was a lot of people that was upset in chat, and I just want everybody to be able to get it all off their chest, child.
I feel you. I appreciate you having me up.
I thank y'all all for being here today. I hope you all have a blessed day. Keep smiling, keep your head up. I'm gonna go get me some food. I'm hungry. I don't want to get hangry. Thank you for coming up.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank y'all all for being here today. I am gonna go. I gotta pee really, really bad. I know that may be TMI. Sorry about that. But it's almost been 3 hours. I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you everybody that came in that also subscribed. I let everybody get everything off their chest as they could. Obviously, I'm only one person, can't be on live all day, every day. And so I want y'all all to have a blessed and beautiful day. And tomorrow is Topic Tuesday. If you have a topic that you would like to speak about, when it's not crazy, put it in the chat. I hope you all have a blessed and beautiful day. Mr. Square, I'm gonna let you up, but I'm not staying too long, okay? Let me make sure it's you. I don't know if it's you. I'm gonna put up a banner, just make sure. Is that you?
Yeah, it's me. It's me. Yeah, it's me.
Okay.
But trust me, you need to make sure you follow that policy when you have the likes of that fucker.
I do that with everybody.
Yeah, everybody. Yeah, best be safe. But I didn't really get to hear all of his response. He's saying, why am I talking big and bad? I didn't come in here threatening him or anything. What I was doing was calling out the fact that he acts like he's some community leader, advocate for fucking addiction, and he's in recovery. This motherfucker is still taking Suboxone. When I was on the Suboxone, when I first came on here, he made sure to come to me and was, like, well, you're not technically clean, you're still taking it, blah, blah, blah. I'm not getting into all that. I finally then got off the Suboxone. He can't get off his fucking Suboxone. He's tied to it. And then also he was saying crap like talking big and bad and Harlow and Bambi don't have anything to do with anything. They just can't stand it that I've got their channels and places to go to talk, and they can't corner me up. Mustard Squirrel's mad because yesterday I did a live. You can go watch it, check it out. I'm very open about it. I got nothing to hide with it. He's come at me for 3 years now. The fucker told me that he would beat the shit out of me and then live stream it and fuck me up the ass while everybody can see, And he's threatened my fucking niece. He's gone and supported the fucking guy, the other guy that said, I'm going to come in your fucking niece, that he said this to this woman that he was dating. His name's Deadly. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm sorry. This is very, you're right though. I should have censored it. I apologize. But so you take all this into consideration and then you look at what I did. What did I do? I took a picture of him and made them sing. I didn't edit blood in his eyes. I didn't do they got all types of crap of me. My granddad suggesting that I'm gonna, be killed or I'm gonna hang myself after my granddad dies.
Square. Have some respect for Charlie's channel because the shit that's coming out of your mouth right now can get her channel struck.
I don't understand. Hold on, I apologize. I don't understand. What do you mean?
What do you mean you don't understand?
No, I don't. I know I should have censored that.
Service violations. If you want to do this shit and defend yourself, go the fuck somewhere else. She said for the last 30 minutes she's got to go.
Excuse me.
Come at me if you want to. Bitch, you got
I ain't coming at you.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Hey, I'm not. See, look at you. You're just coming up here. Look at, oh my God.
You fucking want to abuse your fucking
Sorry, I can't talk to you all. I want to use bitch. They fucking sent the goddamn social service. They sent
my membership too. You fucking
what you're not gonna do, Square, is go after my moderator. Watcher is one of my very good friends, and sorry, not gonna happen. I no.
That's been coming for a hot minute because you know what? Charlie, I apologize. I've sat back and I went out and I watched. I've listened and I've paid attention to what's going on with this dude because he was too quick to jump up in my damn paid membership and try to come up on my panel, wanted to schmooze up. But I watched him on your channel one day start to let that little side of him out. And that's when I went and started looking and watching. And I'm sorry, I just don't like that dude. He is no good. The shit that I've heard out of his own mouth, I've seen it on streams. I've seen it. He's a nasty motherfucker. And to sit up here and say the shit he just said after you said you needed to go that can get your channel reported. No, I'm fair to these people because I don't really know all of them and where they fit in and what's this and what's that. So I try to be fair across the board and protect your channel. And I'm sorry when he sat up here and just said that, doing it in the anal cavity and, talking about his niece and all that shit, that's uncalled for. So I hope you have a wonderful day and you get out of here and go get you something to eat and rest.
Thank you, Watcher Love.
You're welcome.
I'm going to say this, ain't nobody ever going to disrespect you on my channel. That's not happening. I don't care. I'm going to tell y'all that point blank period. Anybody that is a mod of mine is a mod of mine for a reason, and they will not be disrespected from nobody. Not a nail nutter.
I love you. Have a great day. If you need anything, holla.
All right. So I just want to send y'all some love. Y'all have a good day. I really do got to go pee. and I got to go, get something to drink and eat and all this good love stuff. It's been almost 4 hours and whatnot, and I will not allow anyone to disrespect Watcher whatsoever. It's not gonna happen. And also, anybody that's beefing with each other, beef. Do what you got to do, but don't disrespect her. Not gonna take that. I'm just not. It's not happening. You can get pissed at me all you want to. I don't care. No. So I want y'all all to have a beautiful day. I will catch y'all later. I'm gonna go do my business, and I'm gonna take care of everything. And thank you all for coming. Anybody who subscribed, hit the like button. I just want to thank you. I'm appreciative to every single thing. Hey, shit show love. That is done. If you buy a membership, if you decide to stick around just to have great conversation, I'm grateful for every single person who has been here today. I just want to say thank you. I don't really care. I'm thankful for the ones who support me because they like me. You know what I'm saying? So if people want to do something, I don't care. No, we're not doing all that. Y'all have a blessed and beautiful day. Thank you, Watcher Love, and everything. Church Lady, you're going to have to catch the replay. It was crazy. So he tried to disrespect Watcher. I had to drop him. You know what I'm saying? That's like somebody disrespected you, my sister from another mister. They got to go. You know what I'm saying? They got to go. I don't care. We had to throw out the holy water, but thank you all, and I will see y'all out on these streets. Hopefully, everything's chill. Y'all have a good day. Yeah, we need to talk about it, Mr. JB. We need to talk about it. Huggies, Mr. JB. I always much love to you all the time. And I will see y'all later. Thank you so much, Honey Badger, for subscribing. We just have normal conversations over here. We do True Crime Thursday, Topic Tuesday, Wellness Wednesday. We just like to talk. All the love in the world. Hope y'all have a good day. All right, bye.
I'm from the TUPELO. I'm repping my hood, so love I'm gon' show from the TUPELO. I'm repping my hood to the day that I go from the TUPELO. I'm repping my hood, so love I'm gon' show from the TUPELO. I'm ripping my hood to the day that I go.
I'm from the west side, we don't need no introduction. This was the best ride. We all big boy rolling and holding. Come take a test drive. Hilldale, Evergreen, Glenkirk, Outer Street, bending every corner on the west, and that's where I'll be. Sunroof back, Captain C banging down 1800, chunking up the deuce to my post slanging down on 1800. Show no love to the ladies that's training round on 1800, making time stand still. Crystalline swinging down on 1800, watching out for them rubberheads that be stanging round on 1800. Big rims and low pros be blanging round on 1800. Better completely change the way you're thinking about around 1800. Really hate to see you boys get left slanking around 1800. Out of street got some history, just let Captain C lay it out. If I don't finish it all on this one, let the second verse play it out. Remember the blue apartments from OG standing back there by 60 deep. Bull walking, car blue, a big Anthony using P.
I'm from the TUPELO. I'm ripping my